Hello, Sydney. It's your sexiest killer is back, and today we're continuing the Forgotten City. Okay, so what happened last is that we chose a new, what was he called, Emperor, I think, and the statues come to life. Fuck hell. Fucking hell, man. Fucking loading, man. You gotta be fucking shitting me. Finally. Well, shit. That's what I was talking about. Statues come to life. And they're attacking me, so what was the... Should I go here or up? Now I'm slightly confused. Are they following me? Fuck! They are. Okay, here, definitely. What?
Salve, friend. Oh, Bacchus, how much did I drink last night? Oh, and since you seem to be in a...
The fuck is this? Zipline handlebar. Okay,
Just
this is
attach
new.
the pulley to the rope over the lake and hang on to the handles. And if it doesn't work, worst thing that can happen is you'll take a swim in the lake. I haven't quite summoned the courage to. But don't worry, it's complete... All right.
Okay, so pattern they were talking about is probably something like this, that I will always... That I will always what? Repeat this day. Hey, lady. What the f...
A new face, Harvey, and may Vesta... Interesting. I'm not sure why you're telling me, but you've come to the... Oh, well, keep asking people how they wound up. Livia's fate weighs heavily on my mind.
Well, I didn't want her to...
It must be... It'll be...
Forget
Why do
me.
you... Certainly. I don't have... Interest... Oh, keep... Live... See you...
Okay, let's go, let's continue. What can you tell me now?
On your best behavior, I trust?
What's your story? We haven't talked
I'm a
before.
legionary of the 1st Italica, but there's not a lot of fighting down here. I act as the magistrate's right-hand man, keeping an eye on his daughter, I should say. I also keep a register of... I'm from Liguria, up north originally. I was doing alright for myself. 12 years into my service. Not anymore. She's probably figured I'm long gone and moved on by now. I try not to think it. My commander sent me to deliver a message to Rome. While I was there, I thought I'd do something nice for my girl and pick up a little pendant from a silversmith. Then some Genetricum fugitor tried to take advantage of the chaos and pinch my pendant. I remember chasing him through the crowds. Blacked out and woke up near here. No idea how I ended up. Ah, don't be. As Seneca the Younger said, difficulty strengthens the mind as labour does the body. That said, Sentilla's disappearance has... He's one of the better commanders I've ever had, that's for sure. Treat your inferior as you would wish your superior to treat you. Can't ask...
Okay.
I went around asking the same questions when I first arrived. Never did find a way out. To bear trials with a calm mind robs misfortune of its strength and burden. That's from Seneca the Younger, if you're interested. I don't see why not. Just make...
Okay, I get it. Aurelia, Claudia. I don't see Alec here. Oh, there's a lot of damage.
Of course. Well, as I always say, it's by threatening to execute 1 in 10 men. The idea is to ensure order and discipline among everyone. And it works. If you knew you could be executed because your brother-in-arms is planning a mutiny, well, you'd bloody well watch him like hundreds, because your only chance of saving yourself is to stop bad things before they happen. Makes us all... It's brutal, of course, but effective. The Legion wouldn't be the most formidable force in the world without it. A war crime. Isn't that a contradiction in terms? As Cicero said. Your sort wouldn't last a week in the Legion. What's done is done. I was forced to execute my brothers-in-arms, as with the Golden Rule. As Seneca the Younger wrote. Truth, if you like. Not that it's any of your business. Unfortunately, I don't think my... See, Domitius has been going around town, shoring up votes for Malleolus with lies. The man's a savage. But he's a gladiator. Sentius knows about it, of course. But he doesn't have the same rat cunning as Malleolus. This place will be different with that sleaze at the helm. But... I appreciate the thought. But you're new here. In any case, if you're interested in the election, go and have a chat with Equitia. Alright?
Okay, nice little chat. Okay, bodybuilder.
Malleolus isn't receiving visitors at the moment. Her name's Domitius. You want to get to Mal... Too bad. He's busy. I'm glad you asked. See, he's a busy man, and this left me strict instructions he doesn't want to be disturbed. So if you want to see him... Bribe? That's such an ugly word. What I'm looking... Dunno. Something... Just make it good. When Malleolus wins the election, yeah? This place will change. You won't even... I think it's gone on long enough, and Malleolus is going to put an end to... He's going to announce it in his victory speech. Just you wait. 'Cause if I tell you, and it gets out, it'll give old man Sen... We've already lined up the votes he needs to win. Malleolus, of course. Whatever.
Okay, not very helpful. What? Warning. Do not enter the cistern. See the menus for detail. Fuck, that
Hey.
was good.
You're not thinking about going into the cistern, are you? Contrary little cap at murder, aren't you? Nobody's told you about Hannibal?
Hannibal?
Why do I... So, there was this guy called Hannibal, right? Funny accent. Used to go down into the cisterns looking for junk he could clean up and sell. One day, a few weeks back, he comes out and tells me, said he could hear spirits wailing. Of course, nobody believed him, because who trusts a Carthaginian, right? Anyway, a few days later, he goes back in. And hours go by, and he hasn't come back out, yeah? So I go down after him, and it's dark. And hunched over him was something that made my blood run cold. No word of a lie. I saw a creature. Like the corpse of a man who'd been flayed. And it was eating Hannibal. If it was a man, maybe. But I swear on my life, more like a Strix. Or some Versipalus that feeds on human flesh. What any sane person would have done. I legged it out of there and put a sign at the door to warn the others. Without a weapon?
Okay, he doesn't mind anymore. Fuck this loading. Fuck this loading, I plan to get out immediately. Because I don't have a weapon. Bullshit. Okay, we've seen enough. We'll go back in later. What do we have here? Steel.
The many shall suffer for the sins of the one.
Okay, it was definitely... Don't steal. Where's that shit now? The fuck is this faggot doing? Let's go again. I was right, so if I made a mistake, I was returned back. Pattern. Yeah. There is something here. There is something here, definitely.
What? I'm speaking Latin. Oh. Of course. Well, it's a long one. I'm a farmer. Always have been. I grew up in a small village in Britannia, Camulodunum, with my parents. One day, when I was about 20, my father and I were in the top paddock, loading our cart, when some Roman legionaries came along, demanding produce for their men. My father told me to run into the house for his axe, and so I did. Sprinted so, but by the time I got back, he was bleeding out on the ground. And my mother died of a broken heart soon after, and things went downhill from there. I took over. More raiding started before too long. We'd come outside in the morning to find animals missing. One night, when my sisters and I had nothing left to steal, there was a knock at the door. I got my father's old axe, pulled the door open real quick, and before that soldier knew it, split his face right down the middle. But there were more of them. I never saw how my home was reduced to ash. My sisters, dead. Yeah, well, I wasn't the only one this happened to. It wasn't long before Boudica led thousands of Britons in a rebellion against the Romans. I spent a few years working for my new master. Tried to escape a couple of times, but they always found me, and I'd just end up... I'd probably still be there too, if it wasn't for the stampede. Everybody was running down toward the river, screaming and shouting. I got swept up with them somehow, and next thing I knew, some stranger was dragging... That's what I thought too, for a while. See, I finally had my own farm again, safe from the ground, until Sentius the Decurion demanded I hand over all my product. He even told me if I refuse his demands, I'll break the golden rule. So, it turns out our dear old magistrate is no better than the... But don't you worry, Nemesis is waiting. Forget I said that last part, will you? I get carried away. Thanks, friend. Anyway, that's enough of me, Well, as much as I'd love to get out of here, the harvest's always more fruitful in another man's field. But Scintilla, Sentius's daughter, went missing a few weeks back. If anyone knows for sure, it'll be her sister, Sentia. Oh, I don't give it much thought these days. I mean, everybody here's got their own... But I say, let's spend less time arguing about what it means to be good and just get on with it. I can't see how I could vote for either candidate. I don't like Sentius much, but even I could do a better job. Me, a farmer. All right.
Okay.
Fear is proof of a degenerate mind.
Okay, no more stealing, now only examining.
Arve,
Her again.
a new face. Oh. See you again. Arve again. Did... Interesting. Oh. See you...
Anything interesting? Indeed, look at this. Bullshit. Okay, I guess later I will be able to do that too.
Oh, the moon.
Okay, what do we have here? Rufus. Interesting. Sinner.
Ah, a new face. Salve, and welcome to our little community. Well, I'm an architect. Or at least I was back help out with repairs and try to stop old buildings from collapsing on... But you probably don't want to hear about the ingenious architecture or... Oh, I'm glad you asked. Some of these shrines, they're constructed hundreds... But there's one thing that puzzles me. The oldest shrine in this avenue isn't Roman at all. It's Greek. Well, yes, or it could mean that there were Greeks living and worshipping here before the Romans arrived. Who really built this place? And if only there was a way we could talk to the... Gladly. Personally, my favorite thing about this place, they're an ingenious feat of Roman engineering with a very practical purpose. It's funneled below the palace and into a cistern beneath the great temple. Some of it, and the rest, is funneled to the shrine of Proserpina, where it fills the lake. Hey, not so loud. Just talking about that could anger the gods for all we know. I'm not saying it's impossible. But you'd have to find a way inside somehow. Just... You mean the great temple? Given the way it's positioned so prominently, looking down on us, it's clear that whoever built it felt it was the most... Unfortunately, someone else went out of their way. You see, usually a temple is dedicated to a particular god, like Proserpina or Diana or Apollo. There's an obelisk out the front, which probably used to bear the name of this unknown. And of course we can't get inside because it's locked up tighter than the Temple of... So we're all left wondering, which god is that temple dedicated to? And could it be the... Unless somebody figures out a way inside, I suppose... Of course. You wouldn't believe how often the new ones ask that question. But there are much worse places to live out your days. You might have a... But once you get used to the fear, knowing that a single slip-up could cost you everything... Oh, I just mean I grew up in the Batavi tribe, far to the north. They weren't nearly as tolerant as the... Some people say it's divine, the work of a god. But I'm not so sure. It just seems... I mean, once you've been here long enough, you'll notice people doing things that just seem so wrong to you. But this so-called god doesn't seem to care. Which means one of two things. Either you don't know the difference between right and wrong, or this unknown god doesn't. And I'm pretty sure I know the difference. Fair enough. Look, I haven't done anything wrong, if that's what you're thinking. Somebody just has a problem with my...
Gay.
Hey, nothing gets by you, huh? Sorry, that was mean. Yes, I like... And when you grow up in the north, as I did, in the city of Noviomagus, I saw enough friends killed or driven away to know the cost of not keeping your... So I hid who I was for... What was it? Nearly 10 years? Watching what I said and where I looked. But that kind of fear eats away at you slowly, until living isn't any better than the thing. Needless to say, since I'm now living underground, halfway across the known world, within this, my openness didn't go down well among the enlightened folk. Nice of you to... In any case, the Romans are far more accepting, or at least I thought that was the case. It's not just graffiti. The strange thing is, I've never really been interested in any of the men here. Not my type. If I had to guess, I'd say it's... Strange bunch.
Cool.
They insist there's only one god, and that he... If there are any of them here, they won't admit it. Not since they supposedly burnt down half of Rome last... All I know is, if these threats keep escalating, eventually my secret admirer... What? Really? I'm glad you arrived when you did. I'd start by figuring out who the cultists are. Or maybe someone who lives or works in the forum must have seen... But if you find them, please don't hurt or humiliate them. I suspect they're just confused. Come back and let me...
Okay, wait.
Any news about... Oh, that's all. Well, Malleolus is talking about loosening some of the restrictions in this place. And while it's all a bit vague, my vote isn't for sale. Nice to talk.
Okay.
Greetings and salutations. Greetings, I'm Georgius. It gladdens me to see another foreigner in our... And I must say, my sartorial friend, your clothing is most extraordinary. Leather boots in place of sandals, trousers with precise stitching, and such a curious design. I have traveled distant trade routes from the markets of Damascus, and never have I seen anyone dressed quite like you. Tell me, Is this a riddle, or perhaps you mean to say you feel like you are ahead of your time? I feel that we will have much time here to get to know one another. But for now, do you require assistance? My story? How kind of you to ask. You mean to say, with all the turmoil and terror of the Golden Rule, and so few customers, why bother setting shop? I'll tell you, it is precisely because of the Golden Rule that I wish to remind my friends of the important... I say, the more of our customs we preserve down here, the more we can preserve a semblance of normality, the better our chances of keep... Oh, if we all end up as golden statues for future generations to marvel at, I don't know about you. A good question. A very good question indeed. And I would be happy to tell you if only I could remember. I remember I had just been to Rome to sell an extraordinary selection of wares, and droning in coin, I rented a prestigious villa by the Tiber, invited over a few select, and we began making our way through some of the most exquisite wine money could buy. Now, I have had visions and awoken in strange places before. I have even found myself naked in the desert sands more than once, but none of that compares to this. When I regained my faculties, I was lying naked by the banks of the Tiber, gods know how... Indeed. I'm lucky I was carrying a little... In any case, it seems I'd been rescued and resuscitated. I went to find firewood for his campfire, stumbled across a cave, and discovered that...
What's her name? Shit.
Anything you like. Shh! Not so loud! What? Have you not been told about the last attempt? Oh, then I suppose this duty falls to me. Of course, the first question any of us asks when we first arrive is, how do I escape? It is only natural after all. And scaling the chasm wall is out of the question, for it is simply too steep and too far. But as they say, if the wind fails, use the oars. And here the second option is to leave the way we came in, through the shaft above the bathhouse. See, the shaft is quite high, but if one gathered up enough wood... I admire your enthusiasm, my friend, but please allow me to explain why this is inadvisable. There was an attempt, made by resourceful fellows who lived here some years ago. They even decided to keep records of their escape attempt for posterity. Unfortunately, as soon as they began to carry the first ladder down the hallway, they heard a godlike voice shake the entire city, and that, tragically. So it seems that to merely attempt escape is to invite the wrath of whichever god oversees this place, and so I say it is best...
Okay.
Ah, yes. The many shall suffer for the sins of the one. As a Greek, this is nothing new to me. It is how our... Have you not heard the tale of the god Hades? He was the first to learn this dreadful lesson when he abducted Persephone and imprisoned her in the underworld. When Demeter, the mother of Persephone, learned of this, she did not punish Hades, the guilty one. Instead, she changed the climate of Earth so that it became hot and dry. Nothing grew. The grain turned to empty husks and the rivers dried up. Innocent people died by the tens of thousands until at last the other gods were forced to act lest they have no worship. So yes, we know this rule. This has always been the case. The Golden Rule has merely brought it into focus. If we are to survive, I say we must each heed the simple wisdom of Thales of Miletus, first of the 7 sages of Greece, who said, "Avoid doing what you would blame others for doing." Regrettably, I think, for even if 99% of us adopt this principle, that will never be enough. Sadly, no matter how well we protect ourselves, the life's work of many good people can... Ah, the voice of experience. I am sorry, but on a lighter note, I will say one thing for the Golden Rule. For all their grim and haunting poses, these golden statues do make magnificent models for my clothing. That, my friend, is quite the dilemma. But after some reflection, I'm leaning toward voting for Malone. I do not enjoy the thought of another visit from Domitius if I voted the wrong... Nothing comes to my mind. This is troubling, is it not? I'm afraid I have no idea. It is ridiculous, but my young friend Fabia confided in me that she saw someone leaving graffiti on his shop front last night. Perhaps you should ask her about it.
Okay.
I hope that...
Name's Rufius. But
Whoa.
can't talk long. Got to stay sharp. Family's from Seleucia on Tigris. Babylon province. But I've been roaming a long time now. Same way as everyone else. Because we're all in grave danger. Magistrate made me toss it in the chasm. If you were dealing with what I am... None of your business. In Troite ipsum commensura. If we have to. If I did, do you think... I'll tell you this much. I hate the fact that my survival depends on the... I mean, all these people just bumble along like nothing's wrong. While we're one bad decision away. Seems like I'm the only one ready for what's coming. Whatever that is. I don't know. But did you ever get the feeling some of these statues are watching us when... Of course I am. Meliodas. Not sure I trust Cynthius. Couldn't even protect... No. Whatever.
Okay, nice talk. Okay, let's find this girl or whatever her name was.
What are you doing in here? Can't you see this woman is... She needs the resin of a plant called Silphium, but that Culus cubulatus Decius won't give... She was poisoned. She came in here frothing at the mouth. Normal, and I knew Decius had some at his market stall, right around the corner. So I ran over there, but he just looks at me with this evil smile and says, "That'll be 1,000 denarii." There was no way I could afford that, and he knew it. Then that toad shrugs and says, "Supply and demand. I guess you don't value it anywhere else. I'd just pay a thug to steal it from his stall. But there's no way I can do that down. So all I could do is come back here and just what? And now I'll never know who poisoned her. Or how they managed to do it without breaking the golden rule. Or why she cursed that snake's cruel black eyes with her dying breath. Well, unless you have the power to bring someone back from the dead, there's a... Get me that Silphium resin. I'm going to have another patient in here soon. I don't care how you get it, but you have to make it happen. Because if I lose another patient, I swear to the gods below, not even the golden... Well, come back if you get sick.
Let me say something. Okay. So I can steal it, and then I just have to survive. Statues, and I can come back. Nice.
Greetings and salutations.
Oh, this is George's, not Decius. I haven't been to Decius yet.
Hey, Virgil, how much would you want to make me a bow?
For the last time, Dacius, I'm not making you a bow.
But why?
You know why.
But how am I going to defend myself against someone else with a weapon?
There are no other weapons in the city. We all went along with the magistrate's weapons ban, so it wouldn't be an issue.
That's why I've got to get in first before someone else beats me to it. Salve, stranger, and welcome to our terrible... Certainly. All I ask is a reasonable price. Oh, it's perfectly legal. Simply a question of supply and demand, I'm afraid. Hear what? You sure you're feeling all right? If you're hearing things, perhaps you should pay a visit to Lucrece. She claimed the statues were whispering to her. Nobody else could hear it. Then she shut herself in the palace and we never heard from her again. But I digress. Do you want this Silphium or not? Well, if you did that, you'd break the golden rule, and we'd... Do you think I don't know a bluff when I see one? Very well. You mean, how did I end up here? That... All right. Well, you see, I'm in the business of procuring rare and precious objects liberated from the enemies of Rome. Mostly sculptures, vases, the occasional slave. Fetch a magnificent price in Roman high society. Had myself a nice little shop in Rome, just off the Forum. Lots of foot traffic and close to the docks. Good place to be when the fires broke out. See, about 7 months ago, half of Rome caught on fire. Everyone who couldn't get to an outer gate was running for the river, open to escape by barge. So I gathered my coins and some priceless vases into a cart and had my most loyal slave girl, pretty young thing named Acantha, push it for me. All the way down to the river, I'm elbowing for a stampede of people, turning back now and then to make sure she hasn't legged it with my valuables. But, to my surprise, we make it, and I see this barge loading up, and it's so full, but the captain's happy to take my coin. So I start boarding, and then he puts his hand on my chest and he says, "No, too heavy. The cart or the girl." So I did what anyone would have done. Of course I chose the cart. I mean, I can always buy a new slave girl, if I still have my money. So I put my hand on the cart, and I guess she realised what was happening because those pretty black eyes of hers go all white, and in one swift motion she topples the whole bloody thing into the type. Naturally, I dived in after it, hoping to salvage my fortune. Only, I guess I must have hit my head or something, because everything went black. When I came to, I'd washed up on the riverbank, not far from here, with nothing in the world but a single silver coin. I couldn't agree more. I mean, sure, I'd lost a few thousand denarii, but I've already made it back, and this place is a veritable treasure trove. Look around you. There must be more gold in here than in the treasury of Rome. If I can just figure out how to get... I'm afraid not. If you're desperate, I did hear that Aurelia down at the tavern claims to know... Some people here are a little shady for my... It's terrible for inflation is what it is. There's so much gold just lying around, it's practically worthless. Of course, I have an idea for generating real wealth, but what I need is a bow. I've scoured this city from top to bottom with no luck. But if you happen to find one, bring it to me and we'll... Thank you, friend. I don't, I'm afraid. But I did overhear Fabia. She was headed to the baths not long ago. Malleolus. I mean, Sentius couldn't even keep his daughter safe. What hope does he ever protect? Not. Very well. Get out of here!
There it is.
The many shall suffer for the sins of the One.
Fucking hell.
Everybody run!
How do I heal myself? Easy.
Salvage. Oh.
Well, you gotta be fucking shitting me. Hopefully I will continue for my last autosave. Yeah, I did. Oh no.
Name's Rufius. What?
Ah, a fellow traveler from a faraway land.
What are you doing? What? Quick, Yulia. Yulia, you need to swallow this. Hopefully, in a moment, she should be able to breathe normally. That was extraordinary. How did you know she needed this exact thing, and at this exact moment? A what? I'm sorry, I must have misheard you. That was like the gods hearing my prayers and intervening. You just saved a person's life, and you should be proud of yourself. She might even be able to thank you herself in a few moments. And maybe she can tell us who poisoned her and who she meant when she was muttering. In the meantime, I'm happy to help. I'm Lucretia, and I'm going to be straight with you. I'm not a physician. This is Nevia's clinic. I've just been filling in ever since she disappeared. I'm tired and out of my depth and miserable all the time. But I'd rather take this on myself than let one of you lot mess it up. My husband and I moved to Rome from Caesarea. He embraced. I would have divorced him and demanded the return of my dowry, but so I waited for the right time to take what was mine and disappear. And as he prepared to evacuate our villa, I gathered our most precious belongings, coins I could barely see for the smoke. And the streets were full of people trampling each other. The next thing I remember, I was wicked. It's all right. And while there's no shortage of snakes here, at least with the golden rule, they have... Oh, this shrine was in use as a clinic long before any of us are kind of strange to set up a clinic in the temple of the god. But the god who inflicts a curse is also the only god who can undo it. So I suppose praying to Apollo for him. Well, she used to run the clinic. She was a midwife, not a physician. But she was the closest thing we had down here. And she was good, too. Until she suddenly lost all interest in us. One day she told me she'd made some... This changes everything, she kept saying. But I had no idea what she was talking about. The last time I saw her, the last time any of us saw her, she was muttering to the statues. And then she shut herself in the palace, barred the door from the inside, and nobody's seen her since. She's been gone so long now, we figure she's either dead or up to something so strange that she... But I really wish I could reach her, because that's the only hope I have of so... One of my patients is suffering from terrible rheumatism. I really shouldn't say. He wouldn't like it. He's become so irritable that the smallest things set him off, and I worry he'll end up losing his... I just know Nevia would know how to treat him, assuming she's still alive. Really? That would be wonderful.
Nailed it.
Oh, it's you. Sorry, I'm still a bit out of it. Was there something you wanted? As much as I'm grateful that you tried to help me. The golden rule. That's the least of my worries. The gods may be cruel. Please, just leave me. Persistent as Nemesis, aren't you? All right. I'd been here about a week when it dawned on me I'd be trapped here for the rest of my life. I could hardly breathe, and I knew I had to get out somehow. So when my new friend Aurelia offered me a secret way out, I would have done anything. And then I learned her asking price. 1,000 dinars. She was supposed to be my friend. I told her it was, so she suggested I take out a loan from Malleolus. And I did. I had to sign an agreement, saying I'd work off the debt over 30 years. I paid Aurelia, and she gave me her so-called hemlock. It's a deadly poison, made from a plant. Drink this, she said, and you'll be out of here in... She pointed to a sign on her tavern saying, "Let the buyer beware." Then she just looked at me with those cruel black eyes, and she laughed. She immediately told Malleolus I'd tried to escape without paying him back. Only, he did. In fact, he just thanked her. And that's what I said to the magistrate. I went to Sentius and begged for help, but he said the law was clear. I thought about resisting too. But Malleolus, he locked me in his villa. Confiscated everything I owned as collateral, and made me wear immodest, humiliating outfits while his wife Claudia was just as bad. She sent me to work on an endless street. I'd be on my hands and knees, scrubbing the floor clean for hours, only for her to pour slop. Those two took everything from me. My hemlock. I just wanted it to be over. I brought it on myself. I trusted one of the most callous human beings. When I've recovered, I expect their thug Domitius will come. Only this time, I won't be able to lull myself to sleep, but honestly, it would have been better if the poison had been allowed to run it. I doubt it. It seems this is the fate the gods have chosen for me. At least until someone breaks the golden rule. A lot. But it doesn't... He's in exactly the same position as I am. Malleolus and Aurelia set the same trap for him a month after they did it to me. He's probably already thrown himself from the bluff into Malleolus's villa by now. If so, I'd never be able to live with my... I doubt you could make it up. I don't know who you are, or why you see...
Okay.
I hope you're coping.
May Apollo keep you safe.
How'd you do? Salve straight. Very well.
Okay, nothing new here.
Help! You have to do something. A man arrived in the baths. A real nasty sort, with his face all covered up. And he's got a weapon. You have to do something, or he's going to break the golden rule. None of us do. The magistrate made us... You'll just have to Are you daft or just callous? Ugh. The shrine is...
Well, shit, maybe I fucked.
Fabia, no! Oh gods, she's dead! Did anyone see that? The whole shrine just collapsed on her. Oh, Fabia, why did you have to go in there? Poor sweet girl. I can't believe she is dead. Fabia, the gods are cruel and unjust. She was like a daughter to me. I can't believe the gods...
Whoa.
Stop right there. I'm looking for Tiberius Quinctius Crispus, otherwise known as... I'm not sure I believe that. I am here with orders from Emperor Nero himself to find and execute the cultist Quinctius. So, if you tell me the truth, I will allow you to live. But if you lie to me or otherwise obstruct the Emperor's business, is that understood? Thank you. Now tell me, who are you? Oh, how very welcoming of you. You want me to let my guard... I was told Quinctius was a cultist, but I never thought he'd be foolish enough to lead me... Oh, don't play coy with me. I don't care if you're worshipping Bacchus, Magna Mater, or always sneaking off to your secret sanctuaries. The Emperor may have tolerated your activities up until now, but after what Quinctius did, those days are numbered. You say that, but if you're not a cult, then why go to such great lengths to keep this... So you admit you're not allowed... That sounds an awful lot like a cult. And I saw the inscription saying, "The many shall suffer for the sins of the one." You've clearly been indoctrinated into the... Now tell me, where did you lot... You lot are practicing human Yes, because it's all clear to me now. The secret sanctuary, the indoctrination. What baffles me is how a person can believe in something with... However, you still have a chance to redeem yourself. Then, do you have any last words? Aha! Now it's my... Once I'm done with you and Quinctius, I can think of...
The many shall suffer for the sins of the one.
Well, shit. Well, Damn that assassin. Fuck off. Okay. Shit. Okay, let's see, will Fabian be alive now? Nothing. Fuck off already.
Salve. Sound. Yulia. Oh. I'll go, but
okay, everything is restored.
Ah, a fellow traveler from a faraway land.
Yeah, so Fabi is alive now.
Salve.
Help! You... Are you serious? This is an emergency. Are you going to help? Thank you. I have to hide. What? All right, fine.
Okay, this voice is helping me. Oh, this is bullshit. This is total bullshit. I could have escaped, stepping backwards. Ah. Okay, no, fuck the assassin now. We need a bow.
Salve struck. Very well.
Welcome. I wish some people here just don't get... A city without sin might sound good on paper, but whoever dreamt it up didn't think it. But snakes like Decius will always find loopholes to exploit. And what can we do about it? Absolutely nothing. In some... Oh no. Sorry, I don't... There was one other person who claimed she could hear the statues talking to her. But that was Nevia, and... Well, she used to run the clinic. She was until she suddenly lost all interest in us. One day she told me she'd made some profound discovery. This changes everything, she kept saying. The last time I saw her, the last time any of us saw her, she was muttering to the statues. Like she could talk, and then she shut herself in the palace, barred the door from the inside. She's been gone so long now, we figure she's either dead or up to something so strange that... But I really wish I could reach her, because that's the only... One of my patients is suffering from terrible rheumatism. His joints are inflamed, and he's in constant pain. He's become so ill. I just... Thanks. Sure. Do you really want to know? I mean, if somebody poisoned her. Gladly. That's...
Anything new here?
Sorry, and was there some... You mean... my... Thank... If that...
Fucking hell, man.
I know...
May Apollo keep you safe.
Greetings and salutations. Greetings. I'm George. My friend, your words intrigue me more and more. I hope...
Ah, a new face. Nice.
Wonder how much one of these statues is worth on the outside.
Okay.
Wonder how much one of these statues is worth on the outside.
Palace. Where's the... Okay, not sure what I missed, so let's... Oh, it's this guy again. Okay, she is inside. And this is the palace, I was right. Arrows. Assassin's bow. Okay, maybe I should really try to talk some sense into the assassin. Let's go. Okay, so this is upper cistern. Okay, maybe I should just push this and break the door. I don't know how, that's the problem. Whoa.
Welcome to life under the Golden Rule. It's a All right, well, it was lovely to meet you. I look forward to getting to know you better over the coming months. And if you ever...
I can't believe this is how it ends.
Oh, no. No. No, 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 no. Orpheus, what are you doing? Get back from there.
That's the idea.
What? Why? Why would you want that?
Why do you think I'm stuck for the rest of my life?
I know things are hard for you right now. They're hard for all of us. We're all in... Please just think this through. If you do this, it could be the sin that seals all of our...
I'm sorry, but I just don't care anymore.
Please, Ulpius. Help him. If he goes through with it, it could be the end for us all. I don't know what to do. I've never had to deal with it. Thank you. And
Let me guess. You're going to let... You're not going to trick me. Like what? I'm stuck slaving away for that Culus Cumulatis for the rest of my life. You're just saying that to bite. You must think I'm out. Wherever you are. Scintilla, my love. I'm sorry.
Ulpius, no!
Okay.
I can't believe... Well, I suppose it means suicide isn't a sin under the Golden Rule. So I guess that... I'll have to let everyone know what happened. And I guess Malio, and I'd best pray for poor Ulpius.
Well, shit. Jump. Okay.
Thank you. Thank you. I am delighted and deeply honored to have been elected your magistrate. Magistrate. Yes. Yes. Thank you. Thank you. I'm delighted and now I make this solemn promise.
What? The carrots or what?
And now I make this solemn promise to you.
Okay, great. I actually knew that. But I thought they were white, not purple.
And, yes, no...
Did you just leap into my villa from the balcony 100 feet above? That was either extremely reckless or well, why have you... I'm Malleolus, and if it wasn't for this interruption, I'm glad you asked. I'll finally restore freedom to this city, just as I've been... These good people have suffered long enough under Sentius's tyranny. By declaring there's no such thing as the Golden Rule. It's a children's fable exploited by Sentius to... Wait, don't tell me you've fallen victim. Nonsense. There's no way you can prove that. If it was real and you'd seen someone break it... What? Oh, I see what's happening here. Another poor... You mean that book next to a golden statue in the theatre? Tell me, how do you... Surely you're not one of those people who believes everything you read, as if a lie could be transformed into the truth by the simple act of writing it down? I disagree. I'll be guided by what is best for the city's people, and that means giving... True, but that is... I'm afraid not. We're stuck down here together, for better or... You mean the children's fable explore... Are you insane? You barge in... Why would I withdraw from it? You fool.
The many shall suffer for the sins of the one.
Fuck. How do I escape?
Impossible! Impossible!
Okay, simpler way to understand it all.
Thank you. Thank you. I am.
Did you just... True. I'm... Don't talk nonsense. There's no... How could you possibly know that? Nonsense! I don't know how you know about my plans, but I'm absolutely And now, I'm going to enjoy watching... Now, get out of here! You outstayed your very... Get out of my...
Shit. Okay, let's see. How do we get out? Oh. Oh.
What now? What?
What is
Anything
it?
new?
What business is that? A lot of people have been looking for her. But it's been 3 weeks. Scintilla was always a kind, well-behaved young. If anyone knows something, you might fare better though, I suppose. If you're accusing me, you're grasping at straws and it...
Cool.
Whatever are you wearing? Ugh. You know, some people say, but what... Did you hear that? Curse you, what do you have to say? No response. I'm telling you, this mysterious... Either that, or like people are saying... Oh, and I suppose I'll just have to take the word of a known... I try...
Okay, you're gonna suck my dick when I find her. As a gratitude.
That's my room. Leave before I call Horatius.
Okay, they didn't help much. Only 17. Safe to say useless. Nice shovel.
We're finally alone. We have?
I must have entrusted you with figuring out who the culprit is. Is that about right? Ah, look, it's unfortunate, but all that matters now, I assume you've sought me. Of course, what is it? Yes? Why do you say that? What? I'm speechless. How do you know? Well then, you must stop him from winning the election. I can't be seen to be involved in this, of course, so you'll be on. You'd better not waste any time. And Meswada. Good, thank you.
Wait.
Ask then. Good. Sextus Sentius Imperiosus. Before I wound up here, I was a decurion in the cavalry of Imperial Rome, helping protect civilization from the barbarians. It's a cavalry officer. I had 30. As magistrate, I usually wear it. Very well. If I did, I'd have led these. Give the real. Thank.
Okay.
If you're snooping around in my possessions, you're wasting your time.
Okay, now where's money if we need some?
Are they?
Shut up. Let's speak to that woman again. If we can find her. Oh yeah, there was a woman at the beginning. Nice. Damn, this game is very interesting, actually. How do I remove this fucking statue?
Just as the ocean accepts the rivers, but it does not notice the bloodless shadows wander with some the house of the ruler of the depths. They never. There is only a downward path, gloomy with fatal huge. The bloodless shadows. This is their. Help me. It is better for you if you remain ignorant. You think you wish to know. It is better for you if the newly arrived.
Okay.
You, Tantalus, cannot catch the drops of water, and the tree you grasp at eludes you.
Okay, same graffiti is here. As it was in, bathroom? No.
Cerberus lifts his triple head and lets out his threefold braying.
Livia, would you stop muttering like Medea over a cauldron? You'll scare away my customers.
They follow their trades, imitating their previous lives, but they are ignorant.
This again. You're in a world of your own, aren't you? You stay away from my money.
The many shall suffer for the sins of the one.
Okay, let's go. The diary had to be stolen. Okay, hurry up, faggot. Whoa.
Oh. Yulia. Oh.
Okay. Let's read the diary now. Oh, I have a lot of money now. Oh, here it is. Okay, this whore? Well, damn.
Oh, you're here. I'm so glad. And, I hope I'm not... You're not like any Roman man I've ever seen. Ugh, coming on a bit strong, don't... I take back what I said. Let's just forget that ever happened, so we can at least do business. So...
Shit.
Ugh, let it go. Nothing's going to happen. You know, normally, I'd expect you to buy me a drink before
49 melodies fetch again, with incessant labour. The water
Straight to
they
business,
have
huh?
lost.
As a matter of fact, I'm happy to tell you all about it, but this is Van. So, well, I can't tell you too much, or you'd figure it out for yourself. Simple. It's a one-way trip, and I'm not... Ha! It's hardly my fault if people misunderstand the terms of a deal. I mean, it does... I just try not to think about it. Drink helps with that. Certainly. Whatever you like.
Okay,
Certainly. Have you met Livia? She used to do my hair, until one day she just Now she just stands around, caked in filth, muttering nonsense. Whatever you like. All right.
Fucking whore.
Just as the ocean, but it does. There is only a downward path, gloomy with fatal utri. The new.
Okay, we stole Aurelia's money, which is good. And now we're gonna do what? We're gonna go to that guy.
Cerberus lifts his triple head and lets out his threefold braying.
Livia,
Wait, I haven't been up
would you
here,
stop
I think.
muttering like Medea over a cauldron? You'll scare away my customers.
They follow
Cock.
their trades, imitating
Nice.
their previous lives, but they
Sweet.
are ignorant.
This again. You're in a world of your own, aren't you?
Okay, Rufus. Fuck Fabia, I figured it out on my own. Let's go, go, go. Fucking faggot.
Hey, Virgil, how much would you want to make me a bow?
For the last time, Dacius, I'm not making you a bow.
But why?
You know why.
But how am I going to defend myself against someone else with a weapon?
There are no other weapons in the city. We all went along with the magistrate's weapons ban, so it would...
Help! You... What? Did you stop? Well,
Obviously she won't talk to me before I stop the assassin.
Ah, a new face. I hear... Well... nice to talk to...
Oh yeah, I kept talking to Rufus, not to this guy.
Ah, a fellow traveler from a faraway land.
Name's Rufus. No idea what you're talking about. Yes, so what? And why should I? The what? Well... There's only one true. I am don't like where this is going. I have no...
Okay, no idea if this helps.
Greetings and salutations. Greetings.
Okay, nothing new here.
Welcome back. Nice to...
Salve. Very well.
Maybe we should try talking to Assassin again. I hope for the best.
Stop.
You're right, I am. I suppose I might as well get right to it then. Do you have any last words? And there's a simple explanation. But if you want to know the truth, once I'm done with you and I can think...
The many shall suffer for the sins of the one.
Total bullshit. Okay, let's go again. Or maybe no, maybe we should, I don't know.
Salve, friend. Oh. Yulia. Oh.
On your best behavior, I trust? What is it, sir? All right.
Let's try, I don't know, talk to that guy again. And then we go to Upper Cistern again.
We're finally... We... Seem... Ask them. Good. Of course. What? Yes? Why do you... What? Good.
Keep an eye out for Scintilla, would you?
A new face. See you again.
Okay, let's try to go to Upper Cistern again.
Name's... No idea. Yeah. You...
The many shall suffer for the sins of the one.
Total bullshit. Here we go again.
You?
Greetings and salutations.
Can see if this guy is still alive. He is.
Salve, friend. Welcome. That's good, in a sense. If you're not well, we've all. I used to lay awake at night contemplating the big question. I still don't have any of the answers. Here, in this place, the magistrate has me earning my keep by cleaning and pruning the gardens. It's not... I used to live in a lovely villa on the banks of the Tiber. I was even betrothed to a handsome young man from a... But long hours of menial labour for the good of the community has its own charm. Oh, much the same way as many of the others. When the fires came to Rome, 7 months ago, we were among the fortunate ones with enough coins for passage, but unfortunately... there were a lot of desperate people, and they bought. A scuffle broke out, and I was pushed overboard. The last thing I remember was the water. I woke up by the river, near that shrine. Oh, that's all right. I'm sure it's... Oh, yes, of course. If you like. I'm afraid not. Although, I did once hear someone gossiping down at Aurelia's... I don't put a lot of stock in such rumours. If that doesn't work, then I... Oh, I see. Well, that doesn't... The many shall suffer for the... I'd like to think that if we all love our neighbours as ourselves, and do to them as we'd have them do to us, then... But on the other hand... I was always taught the intent of man's heart is evil from his youth, and that all of... And that's where I get stuck. Is it true? If that's true, then sooner or later... Please keep that to yourself. I know you're not from around here, but there was a terrible fire in Rome last year. And our emperor decided to make us his scapegoats. There were... Oh, thank you. All right, well, it was lovely to meet you. I look forward to getting to know you better over the coming months. And if you ever...
I can't believe this is how it ends.
Oh, no. 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 Ulpius, what are you doing?
That's the...
What?
Why...
Please...
I'm sorry.
Please, help him.
You know about that? How? Well, you don't understand. It's too late for that. If I backed out now, I'd be betraying her. Oh, really? But we're still in debt bondage to that monster. And Yulia and I are in debt bondage to Malleolus. So... Really? Wait. So... You'd do that for us? It seems today... Thank you, friend. Thank you. I just wish there was some way... I'll go and take care of things with Malleolus.
Okay. Where's this biatch? Okay, fuck her. Fuck. Oh no. I glitched. I totally glitched. Okay. Priestess? Who's priestess?
What you did was... Ah.
Okay, I'll find her. Well, shit.
Names will... No idea. Yes, so... And why should... Well, I wouldn't get so... It makes me... I don't like... I...
I will.
Welcome.
Thank you, Ulpius. I will. Sorry, was there something you want? Oh, but they've got... Really? All right.
Welcome.
Okay, make me a bow, man.
Ah, a new fact. Nice.
Hello?
Oh, we haven't speak to this one.
Hello? My name's Dooley. I live here now because I got in... I don't know. I don't remember things, so... Yes, but I wasn't. They said I did it. More than once. But I can't... Yes. They said I have to live here now. What does it say? My friend Hannibal used to look after me. He said if anything ever happened to him, he gave me this key and made me promise to... All I remember is he said something about the cisterns. Now nobody looks after me. Except my friend Galerius. Hannibal said Galerius already tried. Like, Galerius? He's nice. If you help make him magistrate, Hannibal said it was... Bye-bye.
So did I get the key or not? No.
Hello. You're going to let me out of here? Galerius already tried that. What about the rules? Like, if you... Hannibal... You're going... Oh. Gold? My friend Hannibal used to look... He said he gave all I... Now no... But...
Fuck, where's Gallius?
Greetings
For the
and
last time,
salutations.
Dacius, I'm not making you a bow.
I have nothing to say to you.
Welcome.
There are no other weapons in
Feeling...
the city. We all
That's...
went along with the magistrate's weapons band.
Okay, nothing new.
new face. See?
Gallius. This one is Dominius, maybe. No, this one is something on H. Horatius.
Keep an eye out
maybe.
for Scintilla, would you?
Oh, another one fresh out of the baths, I take it.
We're finally at... Seem... You mean Duilius? Releasing him is out of the question, I'm afraid. Perhaps you're not aware he was caught. Look, I can see where you're going with this. You think me cruel. I assure you, it was not so long ago, during the Republic. The law of the 12 Tables would have required that he be killed as soon as he was born. Here, we see to it that he has food, water, and shelter, and, most important, a privilege that would be taken away from all of us. Were he to be the man has no self-discipline, poor comprehension of what is going on. I will not jeopardize the lives of my people. Of course. Yeah. Why do you say that? What? Good.
Ugh, this place has become a thoroughfare.
Quests.
Keep an eye out for Scintilla, would you?
The murder. Malleolus. Listen, I don't abduct women. You don't know. Listen. What?
Isn't the great temple majestic?
Okay, let's tell him we suspect everyone then.
Fear is proof of a
Citizen.
degenerate mind.
Ah, you... Of course. Yeah. Why do you say that? Despicable. But did it break the go... Then it seems it looked... Of course. What it... Yeah. Why do you say that? Indeed. That... Thank you for... Ah, it looks like... Of course. What it... Yeah. Why do you say that? Then you'd better find... Good. Ah, you... Of course. Yeah. What? Then what are you doing here talking to me? What? You mean to say you've tried... Well then. Good.
Oh, bullshit.
Fear is proof of a degenerate mind.
Are they?
I have not.
Well, bullshit. Gallius. Who is Gallius?
Salve. Salve. Very well.
Shut up, boys.
Help! Thank... What?
Stop. Thank you.
Maybe I should have followed the assassin. What do we have here? How did I neutralize him? By telling him where's the house? Do we have anything here? Oh, that's...
Isn't the
because
great
he called
temple
stop
majestic?
Of a degenerate mind.
The many shall suffer for the sins of the one.
Everybody run!
Bullshit. And I guess that was the way to disarm the...
Oh. All right, let me see. Yulia. I'll go.
Okay, great.
Name's... No, Yes. Yeah. No idea. Yes. And why should... There's a... Smart.
Shit, what am I supposed to do? Oh, it's an assassin. This again.
Salve, friend. Well... we... All right, well, it was lovely to meet you. I look forward to getting to know you better over the coming months. And if you ever...
I can't believe this is how it ends.
Oh, no. No. No, 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 no. Oh, P.S.
That's the...
What?
I'm sorry.
Help. I don't know. Are you...
You... Well... It's... If... Oh, No, I am out. Wherever you are. Scintilla, my love. I'm sorry.
Oh, Pierce, no! That was not your fault. Well, I'll have...
Thank you. Thank you. I am delighted and deeply honored to have been... Did you just leap into my villa from the balcony 100... Of course not. But as I... Look, if you're trying to find her, you may wish to check the cisterns beneath this villa. Domitius says he saw a body there some weeks back. Of course, just to be clear... My name is Marcus Malleolus Gurgis. You mean my heterochromia? I am guilty of nothing more than having different... And I'm hardly the only person with the condition. I like to think it is simply the way the gods have chosen to mark a natural-born ruler. Nothing more. Well, I am not suffering from it. Unlikely, because it simply isn't. I trust through the door...
Thank you. What now? What?
Okay, let's go. Now we have a weapon. We'll save here just in case.
Hey,
out of state.
you're not thinking about going into the cistern, are you? Well,
hopefully it will save here too.
Leadership you will finally
Save it. Okay, great.
you deserve. And yes, no more shall you walk on eggshells. Yes. No more shall you walk on eggshells. Live and breathe. Tyrant Sintius told you it was forbidden. Yes, for the right. First thing, yes. I hereby announce a day of...
Why isn't it dying?
A day of celebration, I hereby announce a day of celebration in of an era. Yes.
Nice, that's what I needed. Nothing else. Okay, can't dive there. Unbelievable, this is all. Unbelievable shit. Okay, let's get out of here. We got some pendant.
What now? What?
Keep an eye out for Scintilla, would you?
Whatever are you... Ugh.
What the fuck should I do with that now?
We're finally... Is that... See... Of course. Well, if you stopped one person from... Allow me to explain. The crux of it is this. If you do anything to change the course of history in such a way that your very being here is... To illustrate, when the Golden Rule is broken, I will open the doorway that will bring you here to prevent it from being broken. If you manage to... The same thing. If either of... So that... Excellent. It looks like... Of course. Yeah. Why do you say... You seem to be grasped. It looks like you'll have to continue. Of course. Well, allow the crowd to illustrate. If you manage... If...
No.
Of course. Yeah. Why do you say that? What? It looks... Of course. Yeah. Why do you say... Well then, you'd better... It looks like you'll... Of course. What is... Yeah. Why do you... Thank you for bringing this to my attention. Ah, it looks... Of course. Yeah. Why do you... You managed to extract all that from him. Thank you. Ah, it looked... Of course. Well, allow the...
No.
It... Of course. Yeah. Why do you... Why? Because he prefers the It look... Of course. Yeah. Why do you... It looks like... Of course. Yeah. Why do you... What? Good.
Oh, don't mind me. I just live here.
On your best behavior, I trust? What is it? All right?
What do we have here? Yeah, running in circles.
Just as, but it, the new. Cerberus lifts his triple head and lets out his threefold braying.
Livia, would you stop muttering like Medea over a cauldron? You'll scare away my customers.
They follow their trades, imitating their previous lives, but they are ignorant.
This again. You're in a world of your own, aren't you?
Bullshit. Oh wait, I want to speak to Aurelia. Again.
Vote for Malleolus. Ah, you're... and you're... What was that? Let's just... All right.
Okay, anything interesting here? I don't think so. Oh yeah, caves, so let's go.
The many shall suffer for the sins of the one.
Salve. You? Alright.
Okay.
Ah, you're here. And, you're not... How dare you? Oh, do us all a favour and drink...
You, Sisyphus, attack or pursue this just as the ocean accepts, but it does not. The bloodless shadows wander without flesh or bone, some the house of the ruler of the depth. The new...
Cool. Damn. It looks like she catch the arrow. Legendary. Bread. What should I do with bread now?
She's going to be alright. Galerius, you're amazing. How did you know?
I was just doing what the new guy told me.
I don't understand. How did... Never mind. Thank you so much for acting as quickly as you did.
Can't stay. Places to be. Salve again, friend. I went... How is it possible that you've just arrived here and you... You're a bit like... Sisyphus. Yeah, that's the one. Old King Sisyphus. Sisyphus was a Greek king a long time ago. For daring to think he could outsmart the gods, he was forced to push a great boulder up to the top of a hill. Only, just as it reached the top, it would roll all the way back down, forcing him to start over and over. Actually, now that I think about it, there are a bunch of old stories about the gods punishing people by making them do the same futile task over and over. Tantalus was made to grasp at fruit on a tree he could never quite reach. The Pleiades had to keep fetching water. Oh, and Ixion was strapped to a wheel going round. Anyway, I don't know which god you managed to upset to get... So, I'll tell you... Anytime. Now, I'm going to keep your secret. Oh, and if our conversations ever start to annoy you, just tell me you're busy. Salve. Now. I've bounced the idea around once or twice, but from what I hear, Malleolus has the elections. And maybe that's not such a bad thing. I mean, he talks a lot about freedom. And how could you... Oh, wait. Well, in that case, we need to find a way to make sure Malleolus... If you can do that, and Sentius is the only candidate left, I'll run again. All right. Salve now. All
Welcome.
Greetings and salutations.
Where is she now?
Hello? Hello? Bye-bye.
Okay, nothing new here. Didn't she say she's gonna be in the tower? So where the fuck is she?
Cerberus lifts his triple head and lets out his threefold braying.
Livia, would you stop muttering like Medea over a cauldron? You'll scare away my customers.
They follow their trades, imitating their previous lives, but they are ignorant.
This again. You're in a world of your own, aren't you?
Well, fuck, she's obviously not here.
You, Sisyphus, attack or pursue the stone that always returns.
Let's go here.
Don't you just love springtime? Salve again? No. All right.
Fuck. Okay, I can go text now too. But what?
On your best behavior. I trust. What is it? All right.
We're Is that... You broke it. You just want... Look, now. You... Of course. Yeah. Why... What? Good.
Whatever are you wearing?
On your best behavior, I trust.
A fellow traveler from a faraway land.
Then... So I... Yes, so... And... Well... None of you... Nobody is supposed to know about that. Again... You want to help me? Do what Lucretia hasn't been able to do. What about it? Whatever.
Okay, let's find it.
Welcome. Feeling all... Oh no, there wasn't, but... Any... That's...
Sorry, was... all right.
May Apollo keep you safe.
Shit.
Feeling... That's...
A new face. See you again.
Greetings and salutations.
Oh, finally.
Salve and well. Oh, there's not much to tell. I mostly just bake bread and... I suppose it all started about 8 months ago. I was living in Rome. My pa had just arranged a husband for me. A fisherman's son. I was about to meet him for the first time when I came down with an... I spent the next week in bed. Pa paid priests to make offerings to Asclepius, a white rooster, then a goat. But nothing was. In the end, they decided I'd do better outside. But after about a day in a carriage on the Appian Way, I remember closing my eyes for a bit, and I guess I must have fell asleep. I suppose the driver took off with his fee and left me for dead. Anyway, I went searching for help, stumbled across the trapdoor temple and... Oh yeah, I suppose you're right. Hadn't really thought... What? You've been here a few moments and you're desperate to get out already? Why not give the place a chance before you try to leave? Good people here. Galerius works hard on the farm, so my friend Georgius is always mending our clothes, and Virgil makes sure these old walls don't fall down around... Well, he does his best. I'm just saying, there are worse places. Well, I can tell from your funny accent you're not from around here, but that doesn't mean you don't belong, does it? Oh, I try not to worry about it. Thanks. And I like your teeth. They're so white. And your clothes. And I'm sure he'd love to chatter about the... He'll be just across the forum. Oh. You're funny. I bet my friend... And I'm sure he'll be just... All right.
You there? I'm sorry to trouble you, but I couldn't help but notice that. No idea how you managed to get your hands on it, especially in the light of our dear old magistrate's ban. And before you ask, no, I wouldn't dream of trying to buy it from you. I have no use for it, but I would like to propose a joint business venture of sorts. Tell me, do you have any idea how people here end up? And here I was thinking I was the only... Supposedly, 1 or 2 of those arrows is enough to turn a full-grown man into gold. Now, of course, that is a travesty. A terrible, horrible waste of human... I can't help but think of a tale told by that Greek fella, Aesop. The good with the ability to transmute organic matter into gold. One could use your imagination. Golden animals, insects, trees and plants. And even if we were to split all those riches between the 2 of us, half... Look, I might have skimmed over that one, but don't be so pedantic. Oh, I'm not suggesting we use such a bow on people. Excellent. Now, I have a plan, but first... No problem. Diana is our goddess of the hunt, the moon, and the underworld. The one thing priests and poets agree on is that she carried with her a golden bow and a quiver of golden arrows. And it just so happens that there is a shrine of Diana in this very forum, with a prominent statue of the goddess herself. And would you like to guess what she's holding in her hand? Precisely. I can't tell you how many hours I've spent in that temple staring at it, trying to figure out how to retrieve it without breaking you-know-what. Oh, gods, no. If you tried that, we'd all be dead within moments, I'm sure. No, here's what I propose. You give your bow to me. I cover it in a thin... Then you enter the shrine, extinguish the braziers, and under cover of darkness, swap out the fake for the original. But make no mistake, this is a dangerous path, and there's no way of knowing where it will lead. But in my experience, all the best adventures begin with a risky first step. Now, because the gods would see you, of course. I'm more of an ideas man, whereas you're obviously the more... When Prometheus stole fire from the gods and became a hero to all mankind... So... Wonderful. Now, if you'll hand over your bow, I can... This is a quality weapon. And here we are. Now, I've gone and unlocked the Shrine of Diana for you, so as quick as you can, head on inside. Is that you, partner? Wonderful. Just go ahead and slide it under the door for me and I'll unlock it for you. And yet you did. And now, here we are. With me out. No, technically, I never said that. It's hardly my fault if you can't tell the difference between a Oh, I do love... You're just gonna have to take your chance. The bow, now. I would reconsider my position quickly, but you're stuck in there with a hornet's nest. And they can be rather... You know, some say it takes 27 hornet stings to kill a man. Let's find out if they were right.
Nice. I can turn everything to gold now. Cool.
My beloved Galatea, I write this so that one day, my beloved Galatea, I write this so that one day, when we're finally together, you will understand what I've done and why I had to do it. The others will call me mad or a monster, but I don't care what they think. Everything I'm doing here, I'm doing for you. I'll start at the beginning. Soon after my arrival here, as I walked down a corridor lined with golden statues, I thought I heard a whisper behind me, a rasp of air, as if vocal cords of metal strained to say a word or two. I tried to dismiss the idea, tried to concentrate on my beloved Galatea.
Okay. Fucking hell. Now I can climb everywhere. Nice. Where the hell am I now in the palace?
You're not supposed to be here.
Well, shit. Okay, this is getting more and more interesting. Okay, I was there already.
My beloved Galatea, after I learned the terrible truth about the golden statues, I wandered the city as if my beloved Galatea. After I learned the terrible truth about the golden statues, I wandered the city as if in a nightmare. What must life be like for these poor souls, entombed in gold, but kept alive somehow? Trapped in their own personal Tartarus, consigned to eternal torment, too horrific for any sane mind to comprehend. I tried to offer them what small mercies I could. I began to talk to them, to keep them company. I'd imagine backstories for them, give them names, and tell them of the world, of the histories and stories I'd learned as a child. As the others became more concerned by my charity, I sought solitude from them, preferring the...
Nailed it. Wait. Easy. Scroll. Oh.
My beloved Galatea, my attempts at freeing these souls from their golden prisons have not been going to plan. My first charge was a Greek woman who I called Iodame after the Athenian turned to stone by Medusa. Drilling through the gold that encased her, I was vindicated by the discovery that beneath half an inch of gold, which is so rigid it must be some kind of alloy, was living flesh. Unfortunately, this golden alloy seems to have fused with her skin, so removing it exposed the sinew and muscle beneath and appeared to cause her great pain. At first, I braced myself, expecting that inflicting such pain would break the golden rule, and yet, somehow, it did not. It seems whichever god is responsible for imprisoning these poor souls does not care about their suffering at all. They are forsaken. Undeterred, I pressed on, working late into the night, attempting to remove the golden layer that encased my beloved Galatea. My attempts at freeing these souls from their golden prisons have not been going to plan. My first charge was a Greek woman who I called Iodame after the Athenian turned to stone by Medusa. Drilling through the gold that encased her, I was vindicated by the discovery that beneath half an inch of gold, which is my beloved Galatea, my attempts at freeing...
That happens when you run, and when you don't run, you don't find shit. Bullshit. Turns out they're in pain. She was skinning them.
And you must be the wretched snake who broke into my palace and look at what you made me do to her. This never would have happened if you You're going to pay for that. Liar! I locked and barred the gate, and now look at her. You made me... All I wanted was to spend my last moments with her, to see her... But as soon as I began my work, she stopped whispering to me. What's so What do you mean, the same voice? Yes. I remember when they used to... But now that I think about it, they were all benevolent and seemed to share a common knowledge. But if these bodies are mere conduits for that one voice, then this body is no... Wait, I see what You're trying to steal her away from me. Were you planning to... Liar! You tried to give me one good reason. What? What are you talking? Wait. So you're saying... So I did all this. What have I done? Oh God, I feel sick. I can't bear this. It's the air coming into contact. But the only way to fix it will be to break the golden rule. And at least that way she'd be golden again. And we'd be... It's too late. There's nothing... What? What? The goddess of the cycle of life and renewal, of course. I see. Well, I'll trust you to honor our bargain. The treatment for rheumatism is willow bark. I believe there's a pot of it already in the Shrine of Apollo. Now, please leave. The door here leads out onto the palace. Go. What? Are you still here?
Where's that faggot now?
You look well, my sartorial friend.
Shrine of Apollo. How should I know which one is it? Do we have a map or something? Okay, this is Shrine of Apollo. What the fuck? shooting me?
Feeling all right? Of course. There. Oh, you made it into the palace. Willowback. I should have known. It was under my nose the whole time. I have some right here. Could you do me a favor and give him some of this? Thank you. That's...
Okay, nailing it.
No. I have not.
Fuck, we fucked up. Okay, let's steal something to reset this.
Oh, do us all a favour.
The many shall suffer for the sins of the one. Export guide.
Salve. Well, you? All right, let me see. But...
Name's group. No idea. And well, I don't. I have not.
No, I fucked up again. Well, still another 2,000, I guess.
Cerberus lifts his triple head and lets out his threefold braying.
Livia, would you stop muttering like...
The many shall suffer for the sins of the one.
Well, you? All right. But I'll...
Greetings and salutations.
Then... No. And... No. I don't... Smart. I have not...
Fuck, I can't believe this shit.
Cerberus lifts his triple head and lets out his threefold braying.
Livia!
The many shall suffer for the sins of the one.
After everything we've built.
Salve. Well, you... All right. But I'll...
Unbelievable.
Name's... No. Yeah. No. Yeah. And... Well... None. No, but...
Ave.
Cat. I get...
Oh, what the...
What the... Willow bark.
Don't tell me that was that all the time. That was there.
God, I've been in a lot of... It was too much. Started messing with my... I owe you one.
Lucretia, no time to explain. I'm supposed to give you the Sylphium resin for Yulia.
What? Quick, give it here. I'm just going to help us.
Ah, and I hear... Nice to...
Curse you, cultist.
Hello? Are you well? Very well.
Welcome. Feeling? That's...
Oh, wait. Okay, next quest.
Citizen.
Fortune smile on you, brother.
No idea. It's the rheumatism. It starts with constant... I know that's not an excuse. And I know I'll leave him alone from now on. I'm going to go and clean up.
Okay. Now we finished it.
Welcome back. What demonos? You went snooping in his place? Have you... Really? How did you manage... poor fellow. I've heard that can... Really? That's... nice to talk.
Yulia! I'm so glad you didn't go through with it.
It wasn't
Okay, next.
for lack of trying. And now Malleolus is going to...
Wow.
Wait. Why do you look so happy?
We're
May
free.
Apollo keep you safe.
I've just paid off our debts. We never have to set foot in that villa again.
What? How?
Galerius just walked up and gave me the money to pay off our debts.
Really? That's... incredible. Oh, what a relief. I don't know what to say.
You don't need to say anything. Just rest up, get your strength back, and we'll celebrate properly when you're ready.
I will. Thank you, Ulpius.
I will.
Shalom, friend. Scintilla and I were in love. All right. One night a few months ago, when I was cleaning Malleolus's villa, I heard a young woman singing. It was the most beautiful thing I had ever heard. I wasn't allowed out, so once everyone else was asleep, I climbed up the inside of the villa and onto the roof, just to see where that sound was coming from. And that's when I saw her. Standing in the garden of the magistrate's villa, I just sat there on the roof, listening to her with my chin on my knees. And for the first time in a long time, I felt hopeful. And then she looked up and saw me, and she smiled. And from the moment she asked my name with this warmth and curiosity, I knew I'd have done. And so for weeks on end, each night I'd climb out of the villa and into her farm. We'd hold hands and talk about all the things we'd do once we got out of here. And then one morning I woke up and everyone was out searching. All I could do was keep my head down and try to hide. I swear by the... All I know is she loved me. She'd never have taken her own. I can't prove it, but I just know she's still alive somehow. Somebody abducted her. I have no idea how. My guess? Malleolus had something to do with it. I have no idea where he'd be keeping her, but there is one room in his I've never seen the inside of it, and I haven't been able to steal a key without breaking the gold. But I have a feeling that if you could get in there somehow, it would shed light on a great... Let me know what... Shalom. You mean where am I from and all that? But when I was a child, I moved to Rome with my family, Romanized my name and spent most of my life in the Jewish district of Trans-Tiberim, across the Tiber from the main city. That's where I was when the fires broke out. Everyone was running toward the river and I, listening to my inner contrarian, ran the other way. Every road leading out of Rome was in chaos, full of people with all their belongings in carts and brigands preying on them. Several hours down the Appian Way, I saw another Jewish family being attacked by 3 opportunists. So I picked up a branch from the side of the road and went to defend them. I can only assume they got the better of me because... It's strange though, because I still had my purse on me. Why would a robber not... You're right. I always just assumed the river carried me, but... I'm not... I don't. But even if I did, I'm... Well, neither of us have a couple of hours to stand around talking about theology, law, and collective punishment, so... You remind me of an old story from my people about Hillel the Elder. He was approached by a Gentile and asked to explain... Obliging, he replied, "What is hateful to you, do not do to another. That is the whole Torah. The rest is commentary. Go and learn." Of course, what I want to know is, what kind of a god sees a young woman abducted and does nothing about it? Thanks. Sentius, I suppose. I'd have to be insane to vote. All right, friend.
May Apollo keep you safe.
A new I don't... Yes, I suppose that could be something. But then most of us do... What else? Yes, I understand many of our... What else? That's true. I know I wasn't... It's as I feared. Let me ask you this. Did you happen to encounter a stranger in the forest? And did you happen to catch... I see. And... because I've seen her before. There's something I think you should see. But don't follow too closely. We can't have people thinking we're bathing together. Isn't the great temple majestic? We'll talk in the baths.
Okay, this is interesting. All right, you're here. You were asking how I knew the young... Here, look down at the bottom of the baths. It's a little hard to make out in this light. If only we could see. Oh, what a marvelous lamp. But do you see it? Somebody waking up by a river in a forest to find a hooded figure with a coin. It's just as you described it, only your pronunciation is a little off. The name you heard wasn't... It was C-H-A-R-O-N, as in Charon, the ferryman of the dead. Charon, who, in exchange for the right coin, helps the souls of the newly deceased cross the Styx, the river that separates the land of the living from the land of the dead.
When I dragged you out of the river, I thought you were never gonna wake up. I checked your pockets for ID, but all I found was some loose change. Feels like I've spent my whole life in a dead-end job with an endless commute. Sorry if I sounded cagey, it's just that I don't always get the best reactions when I introduce myself. My name's Karen.
There are a bunch of old stories about the gods punishing people by making them do the same futile task over and over. But on the bright side, at least you're not stuck in the underworld like they all were.
I'm so sorry, my friend. I'm so sorry. I'm afraid so. It's all starting to make all these people whose last memory was running from the fires toward the river. It seems none of them escaped with their lives after all. Perhaps we should be grateful they don't remember their final moments. It also tells us that the Golden Rule is the work of Pluto, the god of the underworld, and why his epithet has always... I know it's a lot to take in, and you look as if you have questions, so I'll try to answer them if I can. That was my first thought.
Wow, very nice.
In the old stories, the underworld was where the souls of the deceased were taken. But it was also possible for the living to reach it without dying, if they were particularly fearless. So I'm afraid I don't know. Oh, I'm sorry. I keep forgetting you're not from here. Each of them is slightly different, whether the storyteller was Plato, Homer, Virgil, or Ovid. but they always involved the souls of the dead, meeting a grim ferryman named Charon on the bank of a river. It was said that he'd help the new arrival cross, only if they could pay him with a coin, an obol. That's why it was once our custom to bury our loved ones with a coin in their mouths. Charon's obol, we called it. Of course, an obol was a kind of Greek coin, because we inherit. The only difference is that they spelled it with a kappa, which I suppose means Kharon, is... To be fair, the ferryman isn't exactly as the poets described, and he... You say you saw a young woman named... And I once heard Kabash mention a stranger in a ram headdress named Kerti. And Rufius described meeting a stranger named Kamut Tabal wearing an eagle headdress. But whatever form this stranger took, they were always wearing a hood of some sort, and their name always began with a K sound. I suspect the only way you'll solve this riddle is if your paths cross again. Good question. Let's see. In the stories, Charon would always require a coin as payment for passage across the river, but that never made any sense to me. In our case, it seems Charon didn't take the coins we had. He or she merely checked we had one in our possession. So, maybe there's something special about the coins each of us had on us. That might explain why we wound up here, but so many others did not. Good question, but that never made any sense to me. What does an ancient... In our case, it seems Charon didn't take the coins we had. He or she merely checked we had one in our possession. So, maybe there's something special about the coins each of... No. I mean, I had my suspicions, especially after Livia's ramblings, but I would never have figured it out without your help. I promise you. Now that we know where we are, we have to figure out what to do about it. If we don't want to be cast into gold for... We don't have much to go on, except the old stories. I remember Hercules, the demigod and son of Jupiter, Orpheus, a Thracian poet, Sisyphus, a king of Ephyra, and Aeneas, a Trojan hero. Hercules was able to leave the underworld because he cowed its god with his strength. Sisyphus and Orpheus both relied on their wits instead. They persuaded the goddess of the underworld, Proserpina, to help them escape. And finally, Aeneas was able to escape with the help of a spirit guide, who led him through a secret gate. So it seems you have two options: to confront the god of the underworld head-on, or find a way to escape with the help of Proserpina or some other... It's a reasonable question, but the problem is, this place is fairly well designed to keep us here. There's no way to... And even if you could build a ladder big enough, just trying it would break the golden... All Romans try to avoid saying it, and the reason is quite simple. He might... You may refer to him as Pluto, if you wish, but you'll only be calling attention to yourself. Do so. Shh! Is everyone so blunt where you're from? Oh. That option would be the boldest, but also the only way to learn the truth. As I said, Hercules managed to overpower the god of the underworld, but he was a demigod. Forgive my candor, but you are... Are you telling me that you can? I won't pretend to understand exactly what that means. So, if you want to confront, who knows? Perhaps your name will be uttered in this... But first, you'd need an audience with you-know-who, and for that, you'll need to enter the great temple overlooking the city. The problem is, the door has been sealed shut for as long as I've lived here, and there doesn't even seem to... I suspect the answer lies in the desecrated obelisk in front of it. I'm not sure if you noticed, but it looks as though somebody, or a series of somebodies, forcibly removed them, and in doing so, dishonored and angered our divine keeper. If you could recover and replace all 4 of those missing plaques... It's the towering stone monument with 4 sides and a pyramid-shaped head that stands before the great temple, a dedication to the god of this place. You'll find them all over Rome, but of course they were looted from Egypt many years ago. It seems one of them made its way here too. However, this one is unusual in that each of the 4 sides is decorated in a different style: Roman, Greek, Egyptian, and another I don't recognize. That means you'll need to recover 4 different... Good question. To answer that, we first need to ask who would have defaced the obelisk in the... It would have had the god's name engraved into it, so it may be, and there's only one group of people I know. There's a cult in Rome that often argued there is only one true... They've been known to start fires, as well as deface religious monuments whose existence challenge... If I were you, I'd go looking for them. Of course, they've all... But I did hear a rumor they have a secret shrine somewhere in the city. Perhaps, if you could find that, you might be able to recover the Roman plaque. I don't know. But perhaps you should begin your search with the local Greek fellow. Perhaps Kabash, our Egyptian resident, would be able to tell us. But I did hear Aurelia is peddling rumors about him at the tavern, so... I'm afraid you're on your own with that one. As I mentioned, both Orpheus and Sisyphus were said to have persuaded Proserpina to help them escape. The problem is, those are the stories of a poet, a self-aggrandizing king, and a brawler about their own hero. First, Proserpina. What we do know about her is, well, it's a grim... It's said the god of the underworld abducted and dragged her here against her will, forcing her into It is. The gods are a mirror image of mankind. If the stories are true, I imagine she's as desperate to escape as we are. If she really did help Orpheus... The problem is, how do we communicate with her? Leaving that aside for a moment, there is also the possibility of a spirit guide. Truly? And you're only bringing this up? Then again, I suppose you were worried I'd think you were as mad as... Can you tell me more? Is it the same Vod? Fascinating. Perhaps she is a benevolent spirit. Or perhaps... If she has indeed been abducted, it would make sense for her to speak in cryptic wit. Tell me, has she told you anything? Oh, I see. All right. I would suggest not discussing this. As for Livia, it seems she's been shouldering the weight of this terrible secret all this time. Perhaps it would comfort her to know she's not alone. In any case, may fortune...
Very, very nice.
That's quite an impressive bow you have there. Just like Diana's.
Fear is proof of a degenerate mind.
not supposed to be in here. Talk. My marital affairs are no concern of yours. Perhaps you're not as silly as those clothes make you look. What makes you say... You know, I may have. Some time ago, when he still cared for me, he wrote me a love letter. Now, addressing one's wife by the wrong name is not unheard of among philandering Romans. I confronted him about it, and he stammered through some I let it go, eventually, and yet... questions. But... wait a minute. Why exactly are you helping me? To withdraw. Listen, I may not be Penelope. You must think me quite mad. Domitius, come quickly. Do I need to call...
Oi! How did you get in there, you cheeky little stuff?
Don't believe a word. Shalom. Really? I was sure. I feel like I've looked everywhere. First, the palace. If Navia managed to get in, then the only other place she could be is somewhere in the Cistern network. I remember hearing that Dooley had been poking around in the upper... All right, friend.
Hello? Hello? You're going... Oh. You're me...
Welcome to my humble store. Greek. My... And in a city full of Romans you are asking me? Because I am Greek. Let me tell you something about Greeks and Romans. My name is Georgios, yes. But the Romans, they do not care. They hear me say Georgios and they think, ah, he must mean Georgius. Good Roman name. They do this all the time. They see us worshipping Zeus, they copy us but call him Jupiter. They take Hades and call him Pluto, Persephone, Proserpina. I am flattered that they copy our ideas, but why must they change the names? Do they want credit for making it all up? Do they want to forget where it came from? At first, I pull my hair out. After a while, I give up, and I become Georgius the Roman. But my point is this. If you want to know who stole an old Greek name, look no further than the sticky-fingered Romans. The plague you seek was pilfered from a collection of old Greek relics. He cannot help it. Like a typical Roman, he likes shiny things, especially those that once belonged to... And besides, it makes him happy. So I say, let him keep it. I hope that...
Salve, Dooley. How are you doing today?
I'm sad. Am I going to die in here?
I don't think so, my friend. It's election day today. Perhaps our new magistrate will be kinder than Sentius and let you out.
I hope so. Galerius, what happens when you die?
You're not going to die anytime soon, Dooley.
My mother told me, when you die, a ferryman helps you cross a river and your spirit lives on in the underworld. Is that true?
Well, yes, but...
Is it true that if you were good, you get to go to Elysium, but if you were bad, you get punished forever and ever in Tartarus?
Something like that, but...
What if I die and go to Tartarus because they say I've been bad?
I'm not going to let that happen to you, Dooley. I promise.
Thank you, Galerius. Thank you.
Now, I have more work to do, but I'll visit you again soon, all right?
All right, Galerius. See you then.
Salve, how is it? You're... Sisyphus... Anyway. Oh, now, I'm going to... Oh, and... I saw you and... Oh! Anyway, I'm sorry to ask, but is there any chance... Well, I've been trying to get this rare flower from the rock spire in the middle of the lake. It's too steep to climb, so I hung a rope over the lake and made this pulley device, only... do you think you could use the device again? I don't really... Look, I'll tell you everything if you... Oh, thank you. It would help me. All right.
Hello?
Don't you just love springtime? Don't you just love springtime?
Don't believe a word they tell you. Don't believe a word they tell you.
Fortune smile on you, brother.
Fucking flower.
Don't believe a word they tell you.
Tip, jump.
Don't believe a word they tell you.
Total bullshit. Finally. Nailed it.
Salve again, my sister. No. Brilliant! This is going to make her so happy. Equitia, I mean. What I really want to do is walk up to her, give her the but on the other hand, I can't shake the feeling that the consequences... You mean, aside... You see, Equitia is a Vestal priestess, meaning she's taken a vow of chastity, the breaking of which would be an extremely... Even if she was just suspected of being unchaste, it could lead to her execution. Unchaste Vestals get back, but at the same time, she's just so... kind and graceful. I don't know what to do. Oh, I'm sorry to... All right, friend. Salve again? No. All right.
Okay, next.
Just as the ocean, but it does not. Say it. Speak it. Then it is true. I thought I saw it, but when the rest of them could not, I had to tell myself it was true over and over again, until I wasn't sure if I was deceiving myself. I must apologize if my words seem cryptic. I'd found comfort. He gives such an uncanny description of this place. I cannot help but wonder if he himself came here. Would you like to hear it? I will do my best to... There is a downward path. And now we share a secret.
You're here. And, you're not... Oh, I see. You prefer the I take back what I said. Let's just forget that ever happened. Not for a few weeks now. Last time I saw him, I remember because they kept looking over their shoulder. The one word I kept hearing was vanishing. And then, the next... All right.
Okay, Georges, Gorgios.
Don't believe a word they tell you.
Salve.
Hello. I knew this day would come. I do not wish to lie to you, my friend. Please, let us leave the live coals.
Very well, but the magistrate would not look kindly upon this. For several months now, I have been sneaking out at night to worship the gods of my ancestors in the temple of Demeter. Each day, I leave offerings of food in the hope that we may have a bountiful harvest, and yet the next day when I return, the food is missing. The offering, it is symbolic, you see. It is never eaten. So I ask, who or what is devouring the stranger still? Once I sat in front of my shop like the 100-eyed Argus until dawn to see if I could... Nothing! Nobody entered. And yet when I went to take a look, when I told my friend Kabash of this at the tavern, he offered to help investigate. He went in, and to my dismay, he was next.
It is the only Greek temple in the city. Head towards the baths, and it is the last...
I do not think you should pursue this, my friend. But you do not strike me as a kind of person to be
Okay, time to get Egyptian plague. This is it, right?
Come and join me by the fire. Welcome. It is best you do not know my name, for merely to speak of my existence in the city above. Tell me what... Ah, Kabash. I know. I will tell you everything I know, but first, a request. I have been living down here alone for many years. The one thing I long for above all else before I die is a good philosophy. Let us find out with this simple question. Have you deduced the name of the god responsible for the gold? Excellent. I see you are indeed quite... Now, will you join me? Good enough for me. Would you say you know the difference? You are an overthinker too. We're the same then. But if you struggle with right and wrong normally, then down here... Well, that's reassuring. You see, out there in the world, being uncertain about right and wrong was acceptable. because so we would tell lies and bend rules and turn a blind. But under the golden rule, morality matters. So to navigate this maze, we would have to be certain about the So let me ask you this. How can that be? Since they all have differences, it follows that if there is a correct moral code, are you sure? After hundreds of years, and what hope do we have? Good. Would you say you know? And to what extent? So, that is quite sensible. I'm reminded of something Socrates. Better to know that you know. It is because knowledgeable people have learned enough. You see, out there in the world, being uncertain about. So we would tell lies and bend rules and turn. But under the golden rule, morality. So to navigate this maze, we would have to be certain about the. So let me ask you this. Let me guess. Ah, so you think of all the... and you can follow them. I honor... Then you are... I can teach... Leave this place. There is... I'd rather not waste what little time I have left reasoning with the likes of you. Ah, you've returned. I'd rather not waste what...
Fucking bullshit.
Vote for Malleolus for a free drink at my tavern. You stay away from my money.
The many shall suffer for the sins of the one.
After everything we've built.
Salve, friend. Well, you? All right, but I'll go.
Oh!
Fabian.
Hello? Hello. Do you like it? But if I gave it to you,
Did you know I was headed in there?
No time to explain.
but it's
I'll be in my bakery.
well, if you get me out of here, like Galerius. Yeah, Galerius will let me out. Then you can have my... Bye-bye.
Ah, a visitor. Welcome. It's a sincere... Tell me. Ah, yes. That... I will tell you everything I know. But the one thing I long for... Let us... Wonderful. Would you say... I see. Then you see out, so we, but under the, so tonight. That is an excellent question. So let me ask you this. Are you sure? So is it up to each of us? So if a man feels that stoning to death his unfaithful wife is right, I agree. But why? And that's a credit to you. It is the... My point is this. I don't think... Surely you would agree there are... For any rule you can imagine, if there is one thing I have observed about rules, and so we must accept our limitations. And in mathematics, we would call it an asymptote. Because the only way to create a utopia, this and no other, is the route from which a tyrant and life under tyranny. I'm glad. In any case, thank you for humoring an old... You mean, how did I end up living alone in this cave with nothing but these relics of the past for company? I was a quarrelsome young man. At 19, I left Corinth for... Back then, I used to enjoy verbally sparring with everyone I could. And I was good. It became heated, he drew a gladius, and I won the argument, but... lost my life. I woke up on the banks of the Styx at a campfire opposite Karen. Of course, I tried to persuade her to let me return, but even with all my skill, I settled in, made friends, and learned what I could. Quickly realized, so I began looking for a place to hide underground. Fortunately, I found this place waiting for me. I returned to my friends above, persuaded them to join me, and 12 of us... They are one and the same. The Romans call him Pluto, but long before that, my people called it. My generation was wiped out, turned to gold, many years ago. My friends and I were able to avoid the same fate. I think it's safest to assume that if I was to return, Hades would realize that his furies hadn't finished the job. I fear that if you were to utter my name in the city, even by mistake, that Hades... I'm afraid I am the only one left. There were 12 of us, some from malnutrition, others from madness. It has been lonely. Before my unexpected visit from Kabash some weeks ago, I'd not seen another person in... Living in darkness is not without its challenges. The first challenge is diet. Fortunately, I found that eating fresh fish provides most of the nutrients I need. And sometimes, when there are Greek people living up above, I surface at night and salvage the offerings. The greater challenge is the isolation. So I like to imagine arguments, where I argue both sides. But like so many things in life, arguments... As you would. Ha! If I did. Did we not discuss it at length already? You seek the plaque bearing the Egyptian. It is a cursed object, and I would be happy. I will tell you, but you may find him hostile. Very few know this, but before the Romans came to this city, it was once entirely... When the Romans came, in typical fashion, they claimed it as their own, built over everything that could be built over, and renamed the things that could not. Thus, the shrine of Persephone became the shrine of Proserpina. And when they found an obelisk bearing the name Hades, they tore it off and replaced it with Pluto instead. And the city's dwindling Greek residents, witnessing this compulsive Roman conquest, they gathered their art and valuables, secreted them away through the Temple of Demeter, and hid them here, out of reach of the... However, there was one thing that always seemed out of place, an even older plaque bearing any... We had no idea until a year. As a result of their deaths, we began to dig catacombs branching off from this cavern to lay them to rest. We extended the tunnel so far that we accidentally discovered another. Suddenly it made sense why there was an out-of-place Egyptian plaque among our people's possessions. You see, we proud Greeks had thought the Romans beasts for stealing. But it turns out this game has been going on much longer than any of us imagined. I think it is best you head through the catacomb. There are certain things you must... Take this key. You'll need it. I enjoyed it.
Okay. Okay, Egyptian tomb, I see. Or am I wrong? These games are just getting better and better. Okay, I guess they're waiting for me. Fuck's sake. What's the name of the Egyptian? Or maybe it is actually. Yes, yes, yes. So the city was actually Egyptian. Okay, headshots. Turn them into gold instantly. Anubis.
Stop. Do not come any closer. I am Kaba. And let me guess. Another Greek or Roman come to loot and plunder. Trousers, boots. That is welcome news. I was planning to return it myself, but here, take it and restore the honor of Osiris.
Nailed it.
Now, as for... Indeed, I stumbled across a collection of dusty curiosities while searching. You may not. In fact, I am about to because it speaks a treacherous... I will tell you, but first... It has a name, and that is... See what has become of it. I have been down here for weeks, piecing together its story. And here is what I have learned. As Egypt declined and the Greeks had their turn to flourish, their souls came here in great numbers. But instead of adopting our ways, when they found the obelisk bearing the name Osiris, the true god of the underworld, they desecrated it, removing his name and replacing it with Hades, even the ferryman of the dead, known to my people long before as Kerti, they renamed to Keron. As if that desecration was not enough, they built over this place, using it as the foundation for their own underworld, so that ours was... My only solace is that the Greeks then suffered the same fate when the Romans rose to power, renaming... It is inscribed with a script I do not recognize, but it is ancient, almost as it would imply the gods of Egypt are mere imitations too, copied and that my people did to them what the Greeks and Romans did to us. But I sense a deception. Perhaps it is the work of Set. You will never. This work of sacrilege must... You are too late. It is done. You would plunge into the depths of the If it will help... I am from Rakotis, which you may know as Alexandria, the name of the city the Greeks built over it. I was a fisherman since the Romans had taken over from the Greeks. I took the opportunity to learn Latin and eventually traveled to Rome. When the fires broke out last year, I tried to help. I gathered terrified locals into my boat. On my 7th trip, a passenger demanded I wait for his brother. I told him his brother would have to save himself, and he tried to bribe me by placing I awoke on the banks of the river to a stranger wearing a ram headdress. It did not dawn on me until much later that he was the Kirti, the ram-headed ferryman described in the Book of the Dead. This is where I belong, as caretaker of the memories of my people. I think if someone is to break the golden rule, do to the doer to make him do. As for the punishment that will come from it, I finally understand why. I do not know. What could possibly lie beneath the underworld? Perhaps it is infinite darkness. Perhaps it is the lair of... All I know is, it would be unwise to... Most good. Wait, you would plunge into the depths of the Duat with... wish...
Okay. Fucking hell.
When I told you that you would not find a way back up, that was not a prediction. That was a promise. You will die here. I disagree. You have undermined and dishonored the truth. Very well, I will listen. But if I sense deception, or if, why should I let you? Then you admit it. You wish to destroy many of my... We prepare to have our hearts weighed on Anubis' scales, and yet I arrive. Did our priests steal and embellish the stories of an older people and feed us lies all our lives? Blasphemer! You have seen... Good. I welcome it. I can only hope.
The many shall suffer for the sins of the one.
What can I say except shit?
When I... Why? But why? Doubtful. What do you... You speak the truth. Many of my ancestors endured great hardship to live good lives so that we may descend to the Duat in death and be judged. We prepare to have our hearts weighed, and yet did I am not sure. Now you insult. You have...
The many shall suffer for the sins of the one.
Shit again.
When I... Why? But why? Blasphemous fool! You... I can...
The many shall suffer for the sins of the one.
When I told you that you would not find a way...
Okay, 4 times the charm.
Why? But that may... Now that but the many of we at I am perhaps very well. I will let you live, and you may do what you will with that plaque. I will remain here for a while and attempt to learn what I can about the foundations.
Nailed it. Egyptian tombs. Legendary.
Good to see you again.
Okay, too easy. Totally nailed it. Nailed it.
Welcome to my humble store. Greetings. I hope...
A new face. Oh. Oh my. That is quite a... Let's see. If that is indeed the case, we don't have much to go on, except the old story. Hercules, and May Fortuna.
Hello. Bye-bye.
Okay, where's that faggot?
Whatever's in that great temple up there on the bluff, I bet it's worth a fortune.
Don't believe a word they tell you.
Salve again, friend. You're... Sister... For... And... Oh... Any now. Oh. I saw you and well, it's too steep to climb, so do you really? This whatever you mean I've told myself that 100. All right.
Okay, the fuck now.
Malleolus. He's not here. Dunno. The little cap at... Tell him to... What?
I'm not supposed... Talk. I think a better question is, I have quite enough marriage trouble already. Preferably the way you came in. I think it's the dainty little thing from next door. Of course not. As much as I despise her father, I would never lay a finger on that paw. Well, Domitius! Do I need to...
Domitius.
You are right. I try. You are... You... I like... Well... That's... I try...
Okay, anything suspicious here? Only one room.
Keep an eye
That's
out for
quite an
Scintilla, would you?
impressive egg. Certainly. All right. I'll admit. So, who knows? But first, the problem. It looks as though somebody, or if you could. It's the. You'll. As I. If the stories. The. That is strange. There are no rivers here. Right, because the current flows into the city through the aqueduct and into... I vaguely recall wondering what was in there, but the door at the back of the great temple is locked up tight. You might be able to get a key from the magistrate, but if that doesn't work, perhaps you can find another way in. Let me know if you find anything in there.
Okay.
All weapons are to be tossed into the chasm.
We're fine.
Magistrate's orders.
Is that... Seem... I think it's best if I hang on. You mean to ask, why am I unwilling to trust a newly arrived non-citizen with act... I'm sorry, but that is simply out... And I'm beginning to wonder if the culprit we're looking for might, after all this, be you. I'm glad to hear that. Now, was there some... Of course. Yes? Why do you say... What? Good. Ah, you... You mean you...
Fucking faggot.
Don't believe a word they tell you.
Salve.
Okay, bad idea.
Salve, welcome. Ah, we've all. Are you. Even if I. What you're doing is. Even if I had seen it, and I'm. What you're doing is. Ah, that.
Well, shit.
Sorry, was that... All right.
Bullshit.
Be careful who you trust.
Isn't the great temple majestic? Ave again. It must be complete. It'll be, but why? I like the idea, but I know Galerius well. It was only yesterday that he said to me he'd only ever... So, I suppose if you'd like to see Galerius elected magic... All of the men... That's... There are... I can't, but if... I'm... Set. See you again.
Shit.
Hey! You're not thinking about going into the cistern, are you? Well...
Let's go again. Maybe I missed something. Like this. Only mine. Lame. That's what I'm talking about. Nailed it. There she is.
You. Do you know you're here? You have to help me. I'm Centella. I found a way out through the Gate of Horn, but it's locked. So I told him about it, and instead of, he wants to keep us all here forever. Or until we're turned to gold. He's a monster. Sentius, my adoptive father. Furies help me.
Whoa.
Castrate and crucify him. I don't know. He said the gods are on his side because they don't want us to... Behind me. There's an aqueduct tunnel bringing water from... The only problem is it's barred by a heavy locked gate. I'm going to take that key from around his neck. Even. I'm done caring about the golden rule. I just want... There won't be enough time. Just you. There's no time. Wait. What? I hate you. You're back. What? It's no use. You're making...
Okay, we found her. For fuck's sake. I was sure Mathis did this, but turns out this guy is even worse.
Citizen? Ah, you... Me? You know... Al Worth. The fellow who came... Come now. Surely you didn't think you were the only one here who remembered everything. You see, my connection to the portal somehow preserves my memories from one loop to the next. Whether that was Proserpina's intention or a happy accident, I'll never know. But I'm surprised you hadn't noticed. Here I was thinking you were a little bit sharper than Al was. Or he was a moralistic fellow, never once compromised on his principle. And because of that fatal flaw, he relived this day many thousands of times. I watched him come through the portal each time, always a little older, a little more... And when he finally saw the futility of it all, as you're about to, it broke him. He drank a jug of wine, tied a noose around his neck, and took his own life, just before he was shot with a golden arrow. The next time I awoke, you showed up, but you've caught up to where he was. I mean, you've lived through the day less than 15 times. Impressive. And yet everything you've done has been in vain, because there's no escape, except the path that Al took, the path he wrote about on his tablet. What was it? Ah, yes. Best to take your own life now. So, you discovered my secret. So what? Why? Isn't it obvious? Because I have grown attached to all this, and as long as this day keeps repeating itself, I have found a way to prolong my life indefinitely, to cheat death. I have become, in effect, as immortal as the gods. And why would I agree? You might want to think that through. If anyone so much as touches me, everyone... you and your pathetic understand that, to me, you've never been any... The only way you're... And if I die... You see, it was my act. That means... What are you going to do? Beg the gods for... Now, get out of my villa. I'm...
On your best behavior, I trust?
Ugh, I wish Horatius would stop letting I try.
What the fuck is it?
All weapons are to be tossed in. What is it? All right.
Ave again. See you again.
Total bullshit.
So you survived the cistern. Probably just a stroke of fortuna.
You again. Look, if I had a Roman... I trust you.
Do I need to call them?
Fucking hell.
The many shall suffer for the sins of the one.
What? That's a... I doubt I'll be able to...
Thank you. Thank you. I am delighted and...
I'm not... talk. You know, sometimes... Now, I'll let it, but... Oh, aren't you charming? It seems our interests are aligned. But first, I want you to bring me some wine. Oh, don't look at me. Let me tell you, after all I've done, he said it tonight. I am so... Thank you. Now, perhaps you can tell me who Quinctius really... What? He's... Oh no. That's... Give me that immediately. Nobody else. What? No. It was a lie of a mission. You were I curse you. This is outrageous.
Okay, let's see, what can we do with that now?
Domitius doesn't use... I try...
Okay.
Oi! How did you get in there, you...
Fear is proof of a degenerate mind.
I thought I told you to get out.
Who should I give this
Another one
evidence
from...
now?
I...
On your best behavior, I trust? What is it, citizen? All right?
How come you're allowed a weapon? What now? What?
A new face. Oh my. May.
Fortune smile on you, brother.
No, not this shit again.
Don't you just love springtime?
Fucking faggot.
Cerberus lifts his triple head and lets out his threefold braying.
Living.
The many shall suffer for the sins of the one.
Total bullshit.
Oh. You lead. All right. But I'll go.
The 49 melodies fetch just a but then
Damn, who should they show this shit now, though?
Ah, a fellow greeting. My... Ah, please. I...
Ah. Nice to...
Oh, okay, let's try now.
Lucretia, no time to explain. I'm supposed to give you the Sylphian resin for Yulia.
Domitius doesn't use... I suppose that makes you... what? Oh, so much work. Fine. Ruling this cesp. I'll have Domitius notify the priestess of... There. You got what you wanted.
Nailed it. Okay, sexy priestess.
Decision to release Julia Adolpius and withdraw from the election. I want you to go and inform Equitia.
Sir? Are you under duress, sir?
I just had a change of heart.
But you're on track to be magistrate, sir. All that work, all that money wasted.
Those are my orders. Carry them out.
Who's he talking to?
As you wish, sir. Priestess, Malleolus has decided to withdraw from the election.
Oh, well, that's surprising. But thank you for telling me. I'll let everyone know. Citizens, I have an announcement. Malleolus has withdrawn his candidacy from today's election. Unless any new challengers are nominated by nightfall, Sentius will be re-elected magistrate by default. That is all. A new face. I'm quite... We are...
Salve, Ruffius.
Would you...
I hear your rheumatism has you so riled up you've been harassing Virgil.
What?
I'm...
My condition
See
is
you again.
nobody's business but mine.
There's no need for that. I just wanted to give you this willow bark to help you treat it.
Treatment?
Salve.
Okay.
Appreciate that. Now, I've got to run.
Oh, he's going to save them from suicide.
Here's enough money to pay off your and Julia's debts to Malleolus.
What? Are you messing with me?
I wouldn't do that. Here, take it.
We're going to be free. Galerius, thank you. It seems fortune smiles on us after all. I'd better go and sort this out immediately.
Salve again. How is... Oh. Ah, no. Even I... but... He did? Oh, that was unexpected. I'll let Equitia know I'll be running. All right.
I don't care what you think. You don't have any power.
Ave. It must be... It'll be... Why do you ask? As I said... Well, as you wish. Certainly. See you again. Ave. It must be completed by... It'll be between Sentius, the incumbent, and Galerius, the challenger. Why do you... As I said... Very well.
Okay, let's see. Let's see if we totally nailed it now.
Citizens, it is time.
A golden bow, just like Apollo and Diana.
Nice.
Citizens, we have a quorate body of voters gathered here to elect the city's magistrate. The candidates are
Where's this guy?
Sentius Imperiosus and late nominee Gallus Galerius Helver. Marcus Malleolus Gurges withdrew his candidacy earlier today. As agreed, we shall dispense with ballots and candidates will abstain from voting. Let's make this quick. As I say your name, call your vote. I'll start with you, Horatius.
Sentius, of course.
Georgius.
Galerius. He saved the life of my dear friend Fabia.
Dacius.
Sentius.
Virgil.
The man who put a stop to the threats I've been receiving. Galerius.
Ulpius.
Galerius, the man who saved my life.
Rufius.
The man who treated my rheumatism. Galerius.
Citizens, you have made your decision. Your new magistrate is Gallus Galerius Helver.
What?
It has been decided. Magistrate Galerius, would you like to make a brief address?
I just want to say, this isn't something I ever wanted. Now that you put your trust in me, I'm going to do everything I can not to let you down. I'll need some time to put together a list of the changes I want to make around here. But I promise you, there will be changes. My first order is that Dooley is to be freed. Horatius, release him from his cell immediately. Please. Wait, do I need to say please? I suppose not. That's it. You can all get on with your day. Nothing else to see here. Move along.
Salve.
I bet Galerius only won by bribing people.
It gladdens my heart that Galerius has put Dooley free.
Glad Galerius won. He deserved it.
Fortune smiles on you today, Julius. Magistrate Galerius here has ordered your release.
You're going to let me out of here?
I'm sorry it took so long, my friend. And it wouldn't have happened at all if it wasn't for a newcomer. So be sure to offer your thanks when you can.
I will. I will. Thank you, Galerius. I'm so happy.
I'd love to stay and chat, but I've got a lot of work ahead of me. Why don't you go to the baths? Then tell Georgius I said you could have some new clothes. Then I want you to go home and rest. I'll speak with you soon, Dooley.
Oh, thank you. You can have my and maybe my friend Han, but what was in there?
Oh, maybe it is treasure.
I could see it from my cell. So pretty. And it's just lying out here in the open. Maybe nobody wants it anymore. Maybe no one will mind if I just take it. Don't you dare.
The many shall suffer for the sins of the one.
This is how it ends.
Because of Black Gay. Gay.
Salve. Oh. You oh. All right. I'll go.
Ixion turns. Just as the but it then.
Okay, what should I do? While he runs and do tasks for me. Oh, I know. Let's put Black K up there. Kinky. Okay, final door. Fuck is this? Spaceship? You gotta be fucking shitting me, what is this?
And here you are,
Allow me to introduce myself. As you have already gathered, I've been known by many names, but the one constant through it all has been my title. And I've been watching you with curiosity, mortal. And what is more, you carry a weapon that was never intended for mortals to wield, and you do it, but there will be time for your reckoning later. First, as a reward for undoing the desecration of my obelisk. My story is many thousands of years long. You will need to be more specific. It is a matter of perspective. Your ancestors revered me because to them, my knowledge and technology made me incomprehensibly powerful. But despite all that, there are rules even I must obey. My kin and I all adopted this form long ago, so that we might better understand and communicate with your kind. In time, we grew fond of the sensory delights it affords. No. Long ago I swore to Proserpina that I would remain in...
Okay.
This is my beloved. Like me, she has been known by many names. Ereshkigal to the Sumerians, Isis to the Egyptians, Persephone to the Greeks, and Proserpina to the Romans. Or perhaps you might know her as the goddess of springtime, the cycle of life and renewal. Your gaze lingers too long. That is my servant. You would have met by the river, though she wears many faces and goes by many names. Kumutubal to the Sumerians, Kirti to... Her role is to ferry souls between the mortal world and this one, and to make their transition as seamless as possible. For that, she earned herself the infamous, if erroneous, moniker. You will talk more later. For now, as you wish. It has come to be known simply as the Underworld. That is a long story, one that began over 3,000 years ago and continues to this day. You see, long ago my kin and I set out from our home on Elysium. We discovered your planet and witnessed your kind evolving from primates. You all but destroyed yourselves, your 2 short lives being extinct. Yet Proserpina saw raw potential in you, and persuaded the rest of us it would be squandered without our intervention and stewardship. So we revealed ourselves to your people in a place called Sumer. We offered guidance in... For a time you flourished, but soon you were too many for us to oversee. And as you spread from that cradle of civilization, we had sown the seeds of dependency and confusion. And soon you returned to your old ways of violence. My kin had seen enough, and gave up on your kind, condemning you as barbaric, and we began preparations to return to Elysium, our home world, a utopia But my Proserpina could not bear to abandon your kind without guidance. And knowing it would force, she made an extraordinary sacrifice. She gave up her immortality to descend permanently to the ranks of humankind. And so she began her inescapable trajectory toward death. Horrified, I acted swiftly. I placed her in suspended animation in a deep frozen sleep. And then I pleaded with Proserpina's father, who the Romans called Jupiter, to bring her with us to Elysium. It was and is my hope that once there, we might but he refused. I did everything I could to persuade him, but he would not relent. He would rigidly uphold his final pronouncement. Humans were unworthy of ascension to him. But seeing that I was aggrieved, he proposed a wager, the terms of which was, if even one human city could prove itself capable of living without sin for a single year, then Proserpina and all of humanity would be permitted. My part would be to remain behind, the last of my kind. And so my reward has been to languish here, enduring a 3,000-year winter, so that I might take her with me to Elysium. And here I am, after all. There were also gods who, like me, have been known by many. Our leader, Jupiter, as well as... And of course, as the first wave of your kind arrived from Sumer, I had them build a city in their own fashion. I had them build the entrance as a vertical shaft leading to baths, to cleanse them of the sins of their form. I watched wave after wave of Sumerians arrive, and as their civilization declined over the centuries, they were replaced by Egyptians. Of course, believing themselves to be the superior. After another 1,000 years, the Greeks began to arrive, and then the Romans, and they all did the same. They built upon the underworlds of their predecessors, renamed their god. To ensure the wage was fair, it was important that my subjects were chosen at... To this end, I had my servant distribute 1,000 tokens fashioned from silver, a rare element at the time. Across whoever died while in possession of one of them would be located by my servant and ferried to this place, with no memory of how they arrived. As the tokens were discovered, they were traded, smelted, and fashioned into trinkets, and eventually, later when they spread to Greece, they would come to be known as Charon's Obol. Some placed coins in the mouths of their dead, hoping they would awaken here, though they had no way of knowing which coins were fashioned from the original. In fact, almost all of the tokens are accounted for, only 2 remain. And so after this wave destroys itself, your kind will have squandered the last of its potential to ascend beyond this rock, and Persepolis along with it. It is a regrettable story. One of the first men to be rid of him, I returned him to his people, on the condition that my servant... But the erasure did not take completely, and he told stories of this. His tales were committed to writing, which came to be known as the Epic of Gilgamesh, and his words were twisted and distorted over generations. Later, the Egyptians would adapt Sumer's stories of the underworld. Their Book of the Dead and Book of Gates bore less and less resemblance to this place. Then, when the Greeks began to arrive, they proved far more cunning. And in a series of incidents that a warrior named Heracles, 2 kings named Sisyphus and Theseus, a poet named Orpheus, and a Trojan, they each told embellished tales of this place, how to get here, and how to escape. And so from Sumer to Egypt, Greece to Rome, your kind has always told each other stories about this place, though each story contained... Of course. That is merely the name your people have given to it. That is a story dating back to the very first wave. After the Sumer... Now this man was unmarried, and many women were vying to become his wife. A prestigious position of power and influence in a new... Of all the women, 2 were particularly ambitious. Both were beautiful, and both arrived at the banquet wearing eye-catching dresses and painted faces, their hair woven in elaborate fashion. The first woman, recognizing that she would require an advantage, draped herself in jewelry, ornate necklaces, bracelets, and rings. Seeing this ostentatious display, the second woman grew envious, for she had no such jewelry. She prayed aloud to any gods that would listen to cover her in gold. And while the others indulged at the banquet, the second woman summoned the first for a She checked that nobody was watching, and pushed her rival from the top of the ziggurat. But I was watching, and I decided to answer. I took the golden bow left behind by Diana, and I shot that woman in the heart, covering her from head to toe in a layer of... And I left her to stand there, that she might serve as a grim reminder of what befalls those who... But that was not enough, for the entire city was tainted by her sin, and the wager could no longer be won. So I had no choice but to wipe the slate clean. I gilded them all, to make way for a new wave. And to this day, each of them, and all who came after, suspended in time with only their sight and hearing preserved, so they may bear witness to and lament the folly of your kind for eternity. I give your kind a second chance at life, as well as ample warning. And when you disobey, and you always disobey, and so you ask, if I am the one destroying your life, you destroy yourself. When my kin departed, they left behind many relics, which I inherited. The golden bow originally belonged to one of my kin, who the Romans called. As my collection of golden statues grew, I chose the most ferocious among them, and equipped them each with a duplicate, and tasked them with hunting down the Forsaken at my behest. They became known simply as Furies. I've always considered that the cornerstone of morality is the ability to determine right. No attempt to lay out rules like your Code of Hammurabi or your 12 Tables of the Roman Republic can ever cover all possible scenarios. This should come as no surprise to you, since the core principle has been... The Egyptians made a rudimentary attempt with do to the doer to make... The Greeks refined it with avoid doing what you would blame others for doing. The Roman Stoics added, treat your inferior as you would wish your superior to treat you. Even the so-called cultists hiding among you often say, do unto others as you would have them do unto you. It is the simplest of concepts, and each one of you is born with the faculties required to apply. Yet none of the peoples who expressed this rule were able to uphold it. For you, perhaps. I'm able to commune with all of the statues in the city. Their ears are my ears, and their eyes are my eyes. If she was still conscious, I suppose she could, but she... Then what an odd... Do you plan to speak in sweeping generalizations, or are you going to give me an example? I have seen no such thing. Taking one's own life is a self-directed act. It is not one that is done to others, however they may be. Therefore, it cannot be said that one who commits suicide has done anything. Applying this rule always... Suppose... Then your desire to be right, you will make a fun. How dare you threaten?
The many shall suffer for the sins of the one.
No! Shit, man. Where did the hole disappear? Fucking bullshit. Damn this again.
Of course. That is me. No, this should come. Even. Do you plan? The midwife and the palace, yes. The rule is that apply. Now, do you? I should. How dare you?
The many shall suffer for the sins of the one.
Nailing it. Okay, shit, we have to go a longer way now. Okay, here. What was that? Oh. I think we made a huge mistake here. There was another zip line there, I think.
Salve. Oh. You. All right.
You, Tantalus, cannot catch the drops of water.
Okay, now we have to go to him again.
Ah, a fellow traveler from a faraway land.
And here, allow me to introduce myself. As you know, I would recognize that anywhere. And yet my beloved still waits. You vile, despicable creature. What? You have put me in an impossible position. If I refuse, you will murder her. And yet, if I agree, I do not see that I have a choice in this. Your treachery and now you have shown me your species' true colors. And I see that Proserpina was a fool to have ever believed. This has gone on too long. It is time for me, but know this. If I abandon the... Because despicable creatures like you have no... The best I can do is return you to the land. I will have Charon make arrangements to ferry the others. But as for you, be aware you will be separated from the... Once this exodus begins, the events that brought you to this moment will never have taken place. What will become of you is difficult to predict, but that is the risk you have now. You had best pray our paths never cross again.
What? Oh, ruins. I'm back in...
Oh.
Present.
Hi there. Gave me a bit of a fright. Well, here I am. Know who you are. I barely remember how I... Oh, did that lady in the forest send you in here after me? I guess I lost track of time, learning about the history. I'm fairly certain you and I are the first people to set foot in this city for about 2,000 years. Fortunately for us, the last person in here was a Roman man named Galerius, who inscribed an account into a tablet. Apparently, there was a community of 20-something people trapped in here, and they believed that if even one person sinned, an unknown god would cast them. Then, one day, just as Galerius had finished praying for a good harvest, an oracle appeared and told him how to solve the ills of the city, like foiling an assassination, and so on. Meanwhile, the oracle walked up to the temple of the mysterious, and the doors just opened up. Nobody knows what went on in there, but Galerius wrote the oracle must have been more persuasive, because the next thing he knew, the ground shook, and the voice of that god rang out over the city. The many have suffered. Unfortunately, Galerius' account just sort of stops after that, leaving a lot of questions. What became of him, and the other people who lived here? What happened to all? And did this mysterious oracle single-handedly undo the curse that had terrorized people for hundreds of years? What? Anyway, I think I found a way out through the aqueduct that brought water into the city.
Damn. This was a good game. This was a very good game. Return to the river.
I'm gonna pause here for a moment and make sure nobody else has ever lured into this temple. You go on ahead.
Will we meet ferrymen there? Yes.
You're back.
But... Oh, what a relief. Thank you so much. Why don't you tell me what you discovered?
Ah, I see. I thought you might. Well, now you know. I suppose you have questions. You can just call me Charon, if you like. I am sorry I was not completely honest with you when we first met. I do not enjoy deceiving people. Believe me, I do not. That most people find comfort in familiarity, in gradual change, and coming to see the truth. That you died, of course. You were my role, as the servant of the god of the underworld, has always been to assist the chosen to cross the... Usually, when people do not remember how they... Most souls would rather not remember. Ask yourself honestly. As you wish, you made a purchase in a marketplace, and the change you received was, by mistake, a single silver coin of ancient origin. You were seen inspecting it, and soon after, you were set upon by two thieves. The shopkeeper who had given you the coin saw the scuffle break. You both fought bravely, but your assailants were armed, and there was nothing you or your ally could have done. He died instantly at the scene, and you followed. That man's name was Al. You were each in possession of a sacred coin called Charon's Opal. It means I am now bereft of purpose. There is nobody else to ferry here. Nobody to keep you company. After 5... Perhaps you have heard the tales of the Greeks and Romans burying their dead with a coin in their mouths to pay the ferryman for well, those stories contained a seed of truth, but not any. A long time ago, my master created 1,000 silver coins. My orders were simple. Whenever a person died in possession of a coin, I was... It means I am now... There is nobody else to ferry here. Nobody... I see no point in keeping you here. But I have to ask one thing. That you keep this to yourself.
Look! Here comes Al now. Al! It's so good to see you. You were gone so long I thought I'd never see...
Kinda lost track of time in there. You wouldn't believe what we found. The ruins of a long-forgotten city. And there was a tablet describing an oracle who confronted a god...
Sounds like quite a story. And I look forward to hearing all about it. But... you two look exhausted. Why don't you hop in my boat and rest while I... ferry you back to civilization?
Sounds good to me.
And you? Are you ready to go home?
Oh no, damn, this is so... Oh wait, there's more. Oh, museum, nice.
Hey, you made it. After everything you've been through, I thought you might... So after we got back to the real world, I started doing some research into the people mentioned in Galerius' time. I'm sorry I've been so cryptic. I've been dying to tell you. I just really wanted you to see this for yourself. Why don't you head on down there? I'll catch up with you at the other...
Oh, hello.
Nice ass.
You're finally
Got
here.
it.
Remember me? It's a crazy story. After you disappeared, Charon appeared and told us she was returning us to the world. Even gave us some coins to help us start our lives over. Only, for some reason, she returned us to your world instead of... Anyway, I know we only ever had that one conversation, and I wasn't even sure if you'd remember me, but... I know. I can't believe my luck either. But we're planning to get married next spring. If you... Oh, I used Charon's gift to buy a farm in Umbria. Got a villa on it too, with enough room. It's hard work, but I sleep soundly every night. Of course, there's a whole museum full of people waiting for a chance to thank you, so you better...
You're here. It's lovely to finally meet you. Galerius told me all about... So, you're the hero who somehow vanquished the last of the Roman gods. I'm just teasing. Actually, and it still feels a little sacrilegious to say that. Galerius and I are engaged and expecting. We've just bought it. It feels like the world has just opened up for us. There's so much. We're just so thankful for what you... Oh, it's sweet of you to ask. She recovered nicely. In fact... See you at the wedding.
Oh, hello.
Hi there.
Hello! Hey.
Everybody's here.
I take it you're the Oracle. Actually, I'm not sure if you heard, but after you drove Pluto off, Proserpina emerged. She knew right away what none of us had figured out about that psychopath. He'd been keeping my little sister locked up in the upper system, but he's been dealt with. He's... you know what? The important thing is... He's still there, all alone. The last golden statue in the underworld. Trapped. Eternal torment. Just what he deserves if you... Then I suppose he got his... Anything I want. I'm a woman of means, in a vast new... Of course, I mostly just stay in my villa and have my servant Alexa summon things for me, because it's just awful out there. Barbarian. You too.
Hi there, I'm Hor... I understand we have you to thank for giving us a second chance at life, and reuniting Scintilla with us as well. I'm living up north and studying in the military. The world's changed a lot. But something... Still, I have to keep challenging myself to let go of old ways. The ones who pioneered our paths. Ah, you remembered that. In the words of Epictetus, as those who remind yourself your precious one isn't one of your possessions. Thanks. He's not my... Oh, I see what you did there. Good one. He had more trouble adapting than most. He got himself disqualified from the UFC, so he started some kind of underground blood sport tournament, like we had in... Suppose it appealed to people's baser instincts. But his luck finally ran out, and his life along with it. You know what they... And...
It's you.
Hello.
Let's see what happened with others.
Hello. Galerius said you're very nice and a big helper. I live at Galerius and Equitia's house. Treasure? Oh, I forgot about that. Yeah. Bye-bye.
You're... Oh, of course, sorry. And of course, getting me... Oh, I barely recognize myself. Eventually I want to travel the world and write about it. Did you know there are entire continents Rome never knew existed? And you can travel almost anywhere in an aircraft, which is rather like flying on a Pegasus, but much... Oh, sorry, you already know all that, of course. I'm just so excited. I have noticed people from your time... Last I heard, Malleolus kept insisting he was the last rightful ruler of the Roman Empire. And as for Claudia, she was always so viciously unhappy. Someone said, after the horrific way they treated Ulpius and me, I can't help feeling a sense... Thank you. Ugh. Someone told me she was boasting about getting her claws into some rich prince, and how she... Even in your time, life still isn't fair. Apparently he'd proposed before they'd even met. And last I heard, she'd bought herself a first-class one-way ticket to join Nigeria? Well, you are the Oracle, so I suppose I'll take your word for it. Huh. I feel better already. You too. You're welcome.
You are here. Lucy is fine. If the world knew we died 2,000 years ago and was sad. Speaking of which, I wanted to say thank you in person. I'd say the God. I'm studying to get into medical school. As much as I resented the responsibility of when it ended, I realized I missed it. So you too, don't...
Who else? Georges. Oh, Georgios.
Greetings. You must be the legendary Oracle. I am told we have you to thank for freeing us from Hades, and for that, I am reacquainting myself with Greece. It has changed so much over the last 2,000 years. Perhaps one day, once I have seen all of this new Greece and some... I hope you will join me there and regale me with the story. You too, my...
You're... the one... I wanted to say thanks for sending Galerius to save my life. I'm just so happy to... Well, it's not like I have to work with all the silver Charon gave me, so... Mostly that means baking for my friends and looking at me. Oh, you too.
I take it you're the Oracle. We have. I never thought I'd leave that cave, let alone the city. And it seems I have your catabasis to... I'm working as a consultant to the Faculty of Classics at Cambridge University. Not that I need the money, but I do love... My sincere...
Oh, hello. It's lovely to meet you. I'm thankful that you're here. I was sure the person who drove off the last pagan god would have... But thank you for coming and for saving our lives. I'm living in Rome again, in a charming little flat by the Tiber. Not far from my old place. Oh, and after you sent Galerius to persuade Ulpius not to take his own life, I just want to spend the rest of my life helping. Thank you. And you. Oh, and I hope this isn't too... Wonderful.
Some soiree, innit? Ah, hello at last. You must... Listen, I wanted to express my sincere appreciation for what you did. Whatever you did in that temple made me a very wealthy man. Such a acerbic... I took the money I made from selling my trinkets and started investing in the stock market. That's where... In fact, I was hoping to ask your advice. You being the Oracle and Future Seer and all. I can't decide between fossil fuels, tobacco, gambling and... Oh, don't be like that. Oh, of course, yeah. I was just thinking the same thing. Of course, darling.
What a faggot.
Good evening. Greetings. Thank you for your kind words, and I'm recovering. Octavia was kind. Ah, you remember that. I'm a little tired of Ovid, but that's all right. I'm already up to the 19th century, and men have called me mad. But the question is not yet settled whether madness is or is not the loftiest intelligence. And you?
Anyone else? Kambash.
It is an honor to... You know... Oh, of course. You are an... I too would like to offer my thanks for releasing us from that place. And for your... For a time, I returned to Alexandria, but they have no need of another fisherman. And I came to see there is nothing for me. Instead, I have decided to follow the custom of your youths and backpack the world. It is a great adventure. I spent the first 25 years of my life avoiding the 42 sins that would deny me access to the after. Indeed. Thank you all.
Nice to meet you.
Oh, those two are now couple, right?
I go by Rufus now. News for what you did. Sorry, I live with Virgil in Rotterdam, not far from where he grew up. It's very modern.
Damn, Netherlands.
Haven't decided
Nice.
what I'm going to do with my life. Huh. Good to know. Anyway, it was good practice for the new... You...
It's so nice to finally meet you. I wanted to thank you personally for helping Rufus come to terms with himself. I'm studying to be an architect again, and living with Rufus in our beautiful flat in Rotterdam, just down the river from Nijmegen, where I grew up. Of course, it's improved immensely since I was there last. Gleaming futuristic you natives of the 21st century have no idea how fortunate... You too, as Rufus said in his own luck, if you're ever in the Netherlands, we'd love to show you around.
Hello there. Oh, I go by Gabriella now. I didn't want to be reminded of that monster every time I heard my own name. You didn't hear? My adoptive father sent... After you drove Pluto off, Proserpina came and released me. And that monster... Don't worry. Nobody... I'm living with Ulpius on a little vineyard in Umbria. It's even more wonderful than I'm so grateful to you for making sure he's still with us. You can try some of our very own wine. Thanks.
It's nice to finally put a face to the name. I understand I have you to thank for sending... The way you just showed up out of the blue and stopped me from making a terrible mistake. I'll be forever in your debt. I'm living with Gabriella in Umbria. We finally bought the little vineyard we always dreamed. Every day I look at her and this extraordinary new world with all... So we're living each day to the fullest. Sitting together on our terrace with a glass of our wine, which the locals say is almost drinkable now, and watching the sunset. And I couldn't be happier. Thank you. You too.
No one else, I guess. Good.
There you are. hope you enjoy. Now, there's one more person I wanted to introduce you to.
Sorry if I frightened you. Just a little joke I've been saving for a long, long time. Allow me to introduce myself. I am Proserpina, former goddess of the cycle of life and renewal. I wanted to meet you in person, and thank you for freeing all of these people, and me. I hate to think what would have happened to us without your intervention. Indeed. Suffice it to say that while Pluto was controlling the eyes and ears of each golden statue, I was able to control their tongues and whisper to you when he was distracted. I am sorry my messages were so cryptic. There were only ever brief windows in which I could speak to you without being detected. I did. I may have given up my immortality, but after witnessing Pluto punish countless poor souls over thousands of years, so I tried to give them a way to buy more time. A second chance. So I whispered to Sentius in secret, telling him the prayer required. I knew the danger of humans being corrupted by godly power, and so I put a safeguard in place. I required the creator of the portal to sacrifice their own life, so that it could only be used. What I did not anticipate is that Sentius would retain his accumulated memories from each previous day, and as a veteran soldier he had long since shed his fear of death. He quickly discovered that he could, in effect, prolong his own life indefinitely by exploiting the cycle. Of course, once I had taught him the prayer, I could not unteach him, and there was little I could do but wait for someone like you to come along. We were all fortunate you came along when you did. I don't know what happened to him. I haven't heard from him, and I rather hope it stays that way. Oh, she inherited dominion over the underworld. Last time she wouldn't say what it was, but I'd be surprised if you don't run into her again. I imagine we'll... And you. Oh, and one last thing. Do you remember all those good... Good, because they remember you. Well done, my friend. Of all the heroes who ever journeyed to the underworld and returned, none came close to achieving what you did. Hercules, Orpheus, Theseus, and Aeneas would be proud.
Ending 4 of 4, okay. So we totally nailed this game. What an amazing game, man.